humidity, yeah.
Welcome to the Board of Education's April 6, 2023 regular session meeting. Please stand as we observe a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Mr. Triplett. Thank you, Mr. Triplett. To everyone in attendance tonight, we are glad you chose to attend this evening. We do have a lot to cover tonight, and I just want to remind everyone that this is the only time that this board has to discuss issues that become before us as an elected body. So we ask that if you need to have a conversation with someone sitting next to you or that you step outside to do so. And we also ask that you refrain from any cheering, clapping, booing, all that good stuff. It makes it very difficult for us to hear each other, for others in the audience to hear us, and for those watching at home. And sometimes when we do have a lot of issues to cover that people are passionate about, we see that. So we're going to ask you ahead of time to refrain from that. We certainly don't want to ask anybody to leave tonight. As Superintendent Ryswick announced at the work session, tomorrow, Friday, April 7th, and Monday, April 10th, are student holidays. Also, a community budget meeting will be held on Thursday, April 13th at 5:30 p.m. in this boardroom. That meeting will be live streamed, and KCS officials will provide an update on the district's priority-based budget process. Changes to the agenda. Board members, the Department of Defense has requested to defer the award presentation noted as agenda item 5 until May, so that is already noted on your agenda. Also, you received an email yesterday explaining that I asked Superintendent Ryswick to share a school security update just prior to our consideration of the consent agenda. Are there any other requested changes to this agenda? Ms. Pike.
That to be on our next policy review. However, I need to do that.
Okay. Is it okay with you to do that, to add it to policy review?
Yes, please.
All right, so if you will just get with Ms. Coatney, she can, or Ms. Lautner, they can add that, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, so any other changes to the agenda? Do we have a motion to approve? So we have a motion by Ms. Henderson, a second by Ms. Triplett. Mr. Triplett, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. I believe we have some special recognitions tonight as well. Dr. Ryswick, we have the special recognition of our National ROT Scholarship recipients. Is that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually going to ask Mr. J.D. Faulkner if he would come up.
Privilege of overseeing all the JROTC units in our district from the Department of Career and Technical Education. Our ROTC has a long history of excellence and a strong presence in our district. Across 9 high schools and 3 different military branches, Knox County will roughly instruct 625 cadets ranging from grades 9 through 12 within the 2022-2023 school year. Tonight, we're here to honor 3 cadets from the Army JROTC unit from South Dole High School, 3 cadets from the Navy JROTC unit at Bearden, and 1 cadet from the Navy ROTC unit at West. The Army JROTC unit at South Doyle is led by Colonel Marcus Vartan and First Sergeant Calvin Hartwell. First Sergeant Hartwell just happens to be the longest-serving JROTC instructor in our district, with 23 years of teaching within our district after serving more than 20 years in the United States Army. The Navy JROTC unit at Bearden is led by Colonel Andre Harrell and Chief Juliet Cunningham. Chief Cunningham is one of only 2 female JROTC instructors in all of East Tennessee. And West High School is led by Senior Master Chief Mark Labello and Commander Brian Hambling. Chief Labello and Commander Hamlin collectively have 43 combined years of military service and 25 years in our classrooms. These students have all earned the Distinguished National ROTC Scholarship. On average, 18,000 to 20,000 cadets will apply annually for specific branch scholarships, with about 7,000 cadets nationwide earning a 3 or 4 year scholarship. And we are lucky to have 7 of those in Knox County schools. These scholarships are based on academic excellence, exceptional leadership ability, and elite athletic performance. Each application consists of submitting school transcripts, letters of recommendation, teacher evaluations of students, meeting physical fitness standards, and conducting a personal interview. Each cadet application gets scored by a different application board, and once selected, each cadet can utilize his or her scholarship at their college or university of their choice and their respective ROTC program. They're commissioned as an entry-level officer, and they serve 4 years on active duty, followed by 4 years in the National Guard or Reserves. Tonight, we honor these cadets. We will start with Bearden. From Bearden High School, we have Jacob Reinbold with a weighted GPA of 4.45, a 34 on his ACT. Jacob has been the squad leader in the Navy JROTC unit at Bearden High School. He served as an active member on the Academic Color Guard, Armed and Unarmed, and Exhibition drill teams. Jacob is a recipient of many awards and accolades. He's excelled academically in multiple AP courses. He actually qualified for both the Army and the Navy College ROTC scholarship. He plans to attend Vanderbilt, the University of Tennessee, or the University of Florida after graduation and pursue his goal of becoming an officer. Samuel Weldon holds a weighted GPA of 3.95 and has a 29 on his ACT. He's been a squad leader, president of the Semper Fi leadership team, active member of the Academic Color Guard, Athletics, Armed and Unarmed drill teams. He's excelled academically at Bearden. He earned the coveted Marine Corps ROTC scholarship and plans to use his scholarship to attend Ole Miss to accomplish his goal of becoming an officer. And Caitlin Palmer. Caitlin has a weighted GPA of 3.64, scored a 23 on her ACT. She's been a squad leader, platoon leader, drill commander, color guard, Semper Fi leadership development, and physical fitness teams. She's also an active member of academic, armed and unarmed drill teams. Caitlin has many accolades and accomplishments and plans to use her Army scholarship to attend the University of Alabama to become an officer. We also have cadets from West High School. Matthew David Shields is a student at West High School and a member of the Navy JROTC. With a 4.1 GPA, he earned a 4-year National Army scholarship. He will be attending Texas A&M. Just a side note, Texas A&M is one of 6 senior military institutions, has the largest uniform body and the most commissioned officers outside of service academies, and it's 140 years old. Matthew plans to major in leadership studies with a minor in military studies as he pursues a career in the United States Army as an officer in aviation or military intelligence. And last but not least, we have South Doyle High School. Ashlyn Payne from South Doyle High School has a 4.0 GPA, a 29 on her ACT. She's a leader in her battalion. She currently has the record for the most community service hours in the school and in her battalion. She's excelled academically and within her extracurriculars. Plans to use her scholarship to seek a degree in psychology at the University of Tennessee and join the Army National Guard or Army Reserves. Benjamin Holder has a 3.6 GPA, 26 on his ACT. He too is a top leader in the JROTC. He's a leader of the school robotics team that placed 4th in the nation. And I think Ben is actually in Alabama competing with his robotics team this evening at the Super Regional. Ben plans on attending the University of Tennessee and will use his scholarship to seek a degree in mechanical engineering as he pursues his goal of becoming an officer in the Army. Hunter McDougall. Hunter, with a 4.0 GPA, a 26 on his ACT, was the National Honor Society Vice President. He's a tremendous leader in ROTC, a varsity athlete, track, soccer, and a key robotics team member. Just an FYI, Hunter has a 1-mile time of under 5 minutes. So in the time that I've been talking, he could have almost made it to Sarah Simpson. Hunter plans on using his scholarship to attend Florida Institute of Technology to become an officer in the Florida Army National Guard, pursuing a career with NASA. Ladies and gentlemen, these Knox County students, make sure I got everybody. Don't think I missed anybody. These Knox County students and cadets have excelled as servant leaders in our community, and now they've made a decision to further their education in a post-secondary ROTC unit while also making the decision to serve their country. They are ambassadors of everything that is good in our district, and they embody what it means to become 865 ready. They are ready to employ, for they have enrolled and enlisted. I'm confident they'll be truly successful in their endeavors. Among us, we have graduating seniors and future military officers from some of the most outstanding universities in our country. Their accomplishments, though, did not just happen by chance. It has truly taken a village of educators from every elementary school, middle school, and high school in our district. These cadets are a reflection of all the great teachers they've had over the last 13 years. They are leaders with their peers, and they come with the highest recommendations. They will be missed in their schools, and we want to say thank you. So if you would, please join me in giving them a round of applause for all of their accomplishments. Yes, can all these cadets come forward? We would like to get everybody to have a picture. And their instructors as well. Start with Bearden first. Can we do Bearden first? Most definitely. I want to go to West High School next. If I could just make one more announcement before I sit down. We just found out today, just a few moments ago actually, that Jamison Joyner, a senior at South Doyle High School, will be receiving an Army ROTC nursing scholarship at Carson Newman. Carson Newman has offered him a 3-year full ride to include room and board, and may upgrade that to a 3.5-year ride based on his semester as a freshman. So we want to make sure that we acknowledge Jamison Joyner as well. Thank you all.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. you all for being here as well. Dr. Ricewick, I think we also have another special recognition this evening.
All right, for that, I'd like to ask Ms. Ulakar if she would please come up. This is for our inaugural cohort of our educational prep CTE certifications.
That's correct. Madam Chair, board members, today is a very joyous occasion for this very first cohort. About 2 years ago in July, they started their coursework with the Knox County Schools Educator Preparation Program. This cohort of 15 individuals represents a variety of industries that they have had a first career in, and then they decided to have a second career in teaching their various subject areas and instill a passion in the students, prepare them for the post-secondary world, and just equip them with all the knowledge and the skills that they would need to be successful. Today, they graduate, and we're very proud of them. Most of them are here tonight, and I would like to individually recognize them together with you for their accomplishments and thank them for entering the profession of teaching, for making that commitment to our students, not only in Knox County, but also in partnering surrounding districts. And hopefully, with our second and upcoming third cohort, we're going to continue to welcome new educators into our profession, into our world, and have a successful program going forward. I'm going to read out their names individually, tell them which area of industry they represent, which school they teach at, and we got a little certificate for them as well. Feel free to then also take a picture with them afterwards, if you like. So our first one is going to be Richie Patton from Farragut High School. He teaches structural or construction. Welcome, Richie.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Next up is Kurt Cooper from South Doyle High School. He teaches collision repair. Next is Jess Sherrod from Carter High School. He teaches welding. He makes the sparks fly. Then we have Lindsay Durgasitz from L&N Academy, L&N STEM Academy. She teaches IT, cybersecurity, a very important profession nowadays. We got Kara Gorley, Austin East, cosmetology. And also Glenda Crawford from Austin East, teaching health science. She can't be here tonight because she's with students at the HOSA state competition. So go Glenda. I'll take her certificate, thank you. Make sure she gets that. Another teacher is J.R. Lewis. He teaches construction at Fulton. Again, he can't be here tonight, unfortunately, due to a health issue, but I will make sure he gets his certificate. Thank you. Next is Dr. Mark Buckner. He teaches STEM in a very creative, innovative way at Oak Ridge High School. Not sure if he made it already. He said he might be a little bit late. And we got Jessica Pointer teaching health science at Oak Ridge High School as well. Next is Matthew Barrett, Jefferson County High School, structural construction. Runs an awesome shop. And joining him from Jefferson County High School is Jeremy Dalton, teaching IT. He's a networking guru. And we got Ashley Collins, teaching health science at Morristown West in Hamblin County. Mark Barnwell, he teaches structural at Harriman High School in Rowan County. Yes, best for last. Keith McDaniel, he teaches also in Rowan County and teaches AV production. I don't think he has made it yet. And last but not least, Brent Thomas, he teaches culinary arts at Lenore City High School. He's doing it. All right. Please join me in applauding them for their achievements. I believe a group picture was supposed to be next, with everybody in the middle.
All right, so moving on to our next agenda item, I believe we have a school security update. Dr. Reiswert?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we've asked, kind of in lieu of everything the last couple weeks, just for Chief Perryard to come up and just give an update to the board just around security and just kind of our whole, an overview of the security process that we have. I just want to say before we get started that I've said from the beginning that security is the utmost importance for everything we do. We started back 10 months ago with Chief Perryard was there as well, with Sheriff Spangler and with Chief Noel. We held our joint press conference around safe schools, safe students. And that wasn't a PR move. That was like a legit thing because we mean that. And everything that we do and the conversations that we have with people, that's important. It's our number one concern. I also want to say this, that the decisions that are made in leadership around security and around every one of these things that we do every day are not easy. They're extremely difficult, but we will continue to lead and make the right calls to keep our students and staff safe. And I'm appreciative to work with Chief Perryard, who I know takes that very serious. And between he and Dr. Adams and our team, we spend a lot of time, especially recently and any time, even things that you all don't hear about, working on those things. So I appreciate what you do, and thank you for the update tonight.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. I want to thank Chairwoman Christie for inviting me to address the community in regard to the Knox County School security. I know many of you have fielded questions from concerned parents and students on what we as a district are doing to keep our kids safe. This is understandable, especially in the wake of the horrific attack on Covenant School in Nashville that claimed the lives of 6 of our fellow Tennesseans. As Chief of Security for Knox County Schools, it's my job to ensure the safety and security of the district. I want to be as transparent as I can be about our operations and strategy. However, while I can share some details regarding our processes and methodologies, I will not be discussing nor will I confirm any specific mitigation strategies, equipment, or security tactics we deploy at our schools. While I understand and respect that we are public servants, we simply must refrain from having public discussions surrounding specific security measures that we could be utilizing, that could be utilized to gain access and harm our children. I not only say this as a 32-year veteran of the military, security, and law enforcement, but as the father of a Knox County school student. I want to talk first about the state of our security. First, I want to applaud Governor Lee's recent statement on school security and the legislative efforts behind HB 322 and SB 274, which I am closely monitoring. These measures are a crucial baseline security strategy for schools. In fact, I'm pleased to report that KCS has already adopted these strategies, and we are already 100% compliance with these measures. Regardless of this fact, our division has never been satisfied with just enough and has sought and is seeking ways to constantly improve our safety and security. For instance, since assuming the position of chief in 2021, and with complete support from KCS leadership, I have set out to increase capacity and modernize the operations and equipment of the division. This was highlighted in the FY23 budget, where the board approved a $4.7 million increase in our security system. This resulted in many improvements, including a 20% increase in our SSOs, or school security officers. This larger deployment strategy has already resulted in an increased presence throughout the district. Some of you might have noticed already. Flexibility and protective posture, and the capacity to respond to multiple threats throughout the county. And now, how do we continue to get better? I wanted to kind of lay out just briefly what we do every single year to do this. In compliance with state law, our division facilitates an annual security assessment that evaluates the current state and safety and security at each school. These plans are reviewed and drilled periodically with our LE partners throughout the year to drive further improvements and prepare for the most likely hazards our school may face. This is a recurring process that drives all kinds of further trend analysis, and those reports for trend analysis actually inform our spending agenda. So we do these things thoughtfully, methodically, and we seek other funding streams as well to make sure that we can meet those challenges. And now the following is a list of broad-level security improvements that have been implemented or are being implemented through KCS. In other words, this is what I can talk about. We have increased armed SSO presence throughout the district, mobile and foot. We have upgraded security equipment for our SSOs. We are working on advanced physical security measures at schools throughout the county as we speak. Advanced operations software to drive resource management. Updated threat assessment procedures and software for more efficient risk assessments. Additional upgraded cameras both around and on our SSOs. And crisis communication systems and equipment. And finally, new information sharing networks for tips and leads. This is as specific as I can get with our operations without jeopardizing the safety of our students and staff. It's important to note that our office also provides regular security advice and services daily to our school administrators and staff. As the threats change and the needs arise to reevaluate our security priorities, we conduct walkthrough evaluations and meet with leadership to discuss challenges unique to our school, and I brought my physical security specialist with me so she can meet you all at some point. She's done an amazing job, and we're just so proud of the program we're building. Now, from the outside, you may be able to notice some of the security changes we have made, but some you will not, and that's by design. Despite this fact, the strategies we employ at each school reinforce its strengths and mitigate its weaknesses. Finally, I want to speak about our school security officers and staff, who I'm the most proud of. It's been my experience that the men and women of KCSD are dedicated, adequately trained and equipped, and prepared to handle any security situation they face. I am immensely proud of the work they do every day. In concert with our amazing partnership with Knoxville Police Department, Knox County Sheriff's Office, the community can be confident that we are doing all we can to ensure a safe and secure learning environment for our students and staff at Knox County Schools. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you for coming tonight and for giving us that update. I do think, and I appreciate you saying it, I do think that, some people lose sight of the fact that, part of a school safety plan is that not to publicly discuss the safety plan, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because that can sometimes put students at risk. So it is difficult at times when people want to know very specific things and they come to us as board members asking those questions. So I do appreciate you, including that in your update as well. So
Yes, ma'am.
does anyone have any questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wait, Ms. Henderson has a question.
Yeah, I just
for you,
wanted
Chief.
to-
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, thank you for being here tonight, Chief Perryard, and thank you for
Thank you,
all
ma'am.
your officers do. And you guys are in the front lines, boots on the ground in our schools, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
This last week it's been incredibly hard for Hardin Valley community, and as a mom, I try to come from things from a parent perspective because I do have 2 Knox County students at Hardin Valley Middle School, and I felt the fear and frustration and anger that's occurred this week in that community. I think that it's time to heal and move on, and I just want to thank Superintendent John Riswick for coming to our school, coming into our community and listening to us. With that said, I do have concerns about what happened at the school level, so I'm looking forward to the results of that internal investigation and the transparency so that parents do have answers to that. And I want to close out the 2023 school year focused on keeping our students safe. That's priority number 1, is keeping our students and staff safe and helping them succeed in the classroom. One question I do have is just around students who make threats. I know that has been pretty prevalent, especially this week at Hardin Valley. Can you kind of address just kind of what happens with that? It seems like students
Sure.
make threats, and then what happens?
Unfortunately, what happens is they're usually booked and charged for making terroristic threats. This is a new era for us, and I know as parents, when I send my son to school every day, I tell him, it seems like every weekend we're talking about what words not to use, right?
Yeah.
You can't talk about bombs anymore or guns or anything like that. So we as parents have to be very intentional about those discussions with our kids because although we have a really good response process through the administration and we try to gather all the facts and context is important, right? If the kid just makes a fun thing on the playground, it's different than writing a manifesto, right? So, but the police department and the DA's office have taken a very hard stance on this. You are putting people's lives at risk, even if it's not intentional. When you make a threat, you're expending resources, massive resources. You're traumatizing the student body and the staff, and you're disrupting the educational process. And frankly, the community seems pretty united from what I've heard at a very hardline response to that. That being said, it's important to parents to talk to their kids like I do, because kids are fallible. They'll make mistakes, and they do the dumbest things. But there's certain red lines that we make sure our kids don't cross, and that is there is no such thing as I dare you to threaten somebody with their life or shooting schools up or things like that. We just have to be really cautious about our words, and because we at KCSD and KPD and KCSO, we will take every threat seriously. We have to. I mean, we just don't have we don't know what intent is behind that threat, and so we have to take every single threat as a serious threat until proven otherwise. So unfortunately, when you do see us respond in large quantities and we're putting out all these resources and we have bomb dogs and things like that. Those things are done out of an abundance of caution because we have learned from history that the one time we don't take things serious, a teacher gets shot in the stomach or something really bad happens. So we have to take every threat seriously.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I completely agree. One thing that I want to see come out of, some things that are going on in the next couple of weeks is, what can we do as a board? What kind of got missed? What got overlooked? And how can we as a board just fortify those policies or procedures? So I look forward to working with you on, what can we do to help our schools be even safer for our staff and students?
Yeah, I think the board members have been great because you guys call me if you have a question. We have a personal conversation about it, and I'll tell you what we're doing behind the scenes. You are our overwatch. You make sure that you watch the watchers, and I appreciate that oversight. I've always said HR we're cooperating with right now for the internal investigation for HVA. Whatever you need from us, everything's recorded now. We make sure that we're very open with the information, and we try to learn from the mistakes we make as well as maybe the district makes or maybe an individual makes. But it's important to get out in front of that, make sure that you acknowledge it, and then improve upon
and
that.
then learn from it and improve.
And learn from it. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Ms. Owen?
This isn't really a question, it's just a follow-up for what Ms. Henderson asked. There is a bill by Lindbergh and Sapicki right now. It is HB 340. That should be in your packet from last week. It has passed both the House and Senate, so it's just waiting for the governor's signature. And it makes threats of mass violence a zero tolerance offense.
Yep. There you go.
I appreciate that because I think that's what's needed. If
Thank
someone
you.
makes a threat, there should be zero tolerance for that.
Exactly.
Especially in the world we live in today.
Yes, ma'am. Any
All
other
right.
questions?
Anything else? Okay, so thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
All you do and all our officers do to keep our kids in school safe. So I believe that concludes all of our items except for our regular agenda. Ms. Cubby?
Item 8, consent agenda.
So motion by Reverend Butler, second by Mr. Watson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
9A, approve second reading of Knox County Board of Education Policy E150, security as amended.
Motion by Ms. Owen, a second by Reverend Butler. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
9B, approve second reading of new Knox County Board of Education Policy J123, summer school attendance.
Motion by Ms. Owen, a second by, who was that? Reverend Butler? You again? Okay. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
9C, approve first reading of Knox County Board of Education Policy E124, risk management as amended.
So a motion by Reverend Butler, a second by Ms. Henderson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
9D, approve first reading of Knox County Board of Education Policy E201, workers' compensation as amended.
Motion by Mr. Triplett, a second by Ms. Henderson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
9E, approve first reading of Knox County Board of Education Policy G150, staff community relations as amended.
Motion by Ms. Owen, a second by Reverend Butler. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
9F, approve first reading of Knox County Board of Education Policy G180, personnel files as amended.
Motion by Mr. Triplett, a second by Reverend Butler. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
9G, approve first reading of Knox County Board of Education Policy G211, smoking and use of tobacco as amended.
A motion by Reverend Butler. Did we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Henderson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
9H, approve first reading of Knox County Board of Education Policy G220, harassment of employees as amended.
A motion by Ms. Owen, a second by Mr. Watson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
9I, approve first reading of Knox County Board of Education Policy G240, compensation guides and contracts for professional personnel as amended.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Triplett, a second by Ms. Henderson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
9J, approve first reading of Knox County Board of Education Policy G280, qualifications and duties of teachers as amended.
Motion by Reverend Butler, a second by Mr. Triplett. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
9K, approve first reading of Knox County Board of Education Policy G430, personnel health examinations and communicable diseases as amended.
Motion by Mr. Triplett, a second by Reverend Butler. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
9L, approve first reading of Knox County Board of Education Policy G461, sick and bereavement leave as amended.
Motion by Mr. Triplett, a second by Mr. Watson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
9M, approve first reading of Knox County Board of Education Policy G530, transfers of classified personnel as amended.
Motion by Ms. Owen, a second by Reverend Butler. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
9N, approve first reading of Knox County Board of Education Policy G560, classified personnel, health examinations, and communicable diseases as amended.
Motion by Reverend Butler, a second by Mr. Triplett. Did you second that? Okay. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
9O, approve first reading of Knox County Board of Education Policy G590, leaves and absences of classified personnel as amended.
So a motion by Reverend Butler, a second by Mr. Triplett. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
10A, approve addendum to Tennessee Department of Education ESSER 3.0 plan.
Motion by Ms. Henderson, a second by Mr. Watson. Discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
10B, approve Patrick Leahy Bulletproof Vest Partnership Grant from the United States Department of Justice in the amount of $11,134.
So motion by Ms. Spike, a second by Mr. Triplett. Discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
10C, approve memorandum of agreement with the Boys and Girls Clubs of the Tennessee Valley in support of their Lottery for Education after-school programs grant application.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Owen, a second by Ms. Henderson. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
10D, approve Tennessee Foundation for Agriculture in the Classroom Garden Grant in the amount of $250 for South Knoxville Elementary School.
So moved.
So a motion by Ms. Henderson, a second by Ms. Spike. Discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11A, approve contracts with Kid Time Incorporated, Kids Place Incorporated, Kids Place at Sequoia Incorporated, Shades of Development Incorporated, and YMCA of East Tennessee for provision of after-school care program services for the term of August 1, 2023 to July 31, 2024, which may be extended for 4 additional years.
So a motion by Ms. Owen, a second by Ms. Henderson. See, Ms. Spike? Sorry. Okay, second by Ms. Spike. Okay. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
11B, approve contract with Henley Roofing Company for a roof replacement at Pleasant Ridge and Ritta Elementary Schools at a cost of $1,521,500.
Motion by Ms. Henderson, a second by Mr. McMillan. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
12A, approve 2024-2025 school year calendar.
Motion by Reverend Butler, a second by Ms. Spike. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
12B, approve increase to construction contract with the Chrisman Company in the amount of $112,062.69 for costs related to the revised scope of work at Mill Creek Elementary School.
Motion by Ms. Henderson, a second by Ms. Owen. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
12C, approve fund balance designation in the amount of $815,000 for Mill Creek Elementary School project.
Motion by Ms. Henderson, a second by Mr. Triplett. Discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
12D, approve the consolidation of KCS Virtual Elementary School, KCS Virtual Middle School, and KCS High School for the establishment of KCS Virtual School.
A motion by Mr. Watson, a second by Ms. Spike. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
12E, approve the establishment of Cedar Bluff Preschool as a new school.
A motion by Mr. Watson, a second by Ms. Henderson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
12F, approve the establishment of Carnes Preschool as a new school.
Motion by Ms. Henderson, a second by Mr. Watson. Discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
12G, discussion and possible action on recommendation of charter school application review team.
Ms. Henderson?
Well, we also have public forum speakers for this item. So moved.
So a motion by Ms. Henderson, a second by Mr. Triplett. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Henderson?
Sam Brown. This is on the charter school application, sir. Right? Welcome.
Hold on just a minute. Your mic is not on yet. You need to-
Oh, and the time. We need the time up too.
Yeah.
Actually, sorry. I think I caught everyone
Yeah.
off guard with our public forum
He's got
tonight.
another one. Right. Yeah. We'll set the timer here too.
Yes.
Yeah. All
there.
right. Thank you.
There we go. You can have your 3 seconds back. There we go.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and to my representative, Reverend Butler. I am here to speak on behalf of the Knoxville NAACP, and might I add, the only person authorized to speak on behalf of our branch locally. We are here speaking to this matter because we feel that the effect that it will have on many of the most marginalized in our community is not worth the risk. We do understand that persons may see this as a sort of a hope for the future of their child's education, but as a board who is duly elected to serve and represent your constituents, understand we would hope from this community that you would look at your work as being for the benefit of the entire county, not just a select few, and certainly not just your district. So whether if this school will affect your district or be located in your district or not, I think is something that really should not be considered. Just what does this do holistically for the student population within Knox County. I will also add that there are some things that really have been misrepresented. As a member of this community, a resident, pastor in this community, and a member of several organizations, not just the NAACP, I do know that it has been put out there that there are some entities in the community, particularly in East Knoxville, that have given voice as a sort of endorsement to this. That is not true in many instances, as it has been represented to you and to the public in many instances. So I think we need to also just to consider the culture of ethics from these applicants, that they have not been the most forthright in whose support they have not been the most forthright in what they know will be the effects on this, and have used the present policy of charter schools to their advantage, to, for lack of better terms, to be deceptive to you. And so as a representative of the oldest and boldest civil rights organization in this county, we would ask that you would please consider the implications of this, and just appeal to you in a more practical way. I know they said they possibly found a loophole in the Title IX. I am like 98% sure if you all pass this, there will be a Title IX lawsuit down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Annabelle Henley.
Thank you. I'm Annabelle Henley. I'm first going to read a letter from East Knox County teacher. I think you have a copy of it in your packet. She wanted to remain anonymous, or he, I don't know which one. Dear school board members, as a teacher at a school in East Knoxville, I implore you to not vote to allow the opening of any charter school in our community. Our East Knox schools are already underfunded and understaffed. We operate in buildings many decades old with the problems inherent in aging structures. We don't have the PTA or community partner support that many other Knox County schools enjoy. Additionally, we have numerous students who experience trauma and hardships in their daily lives. Gun violence is rampant in our community, leading to even more student trauma and anxiety. The last thing we need to do is have money taken from our school and funneled into another. We need more funding, not less. We need more students, more counselors, more behavioral support staff, more library books, and more classroom supplies. We also don't want to lose students from our tight-knit school community. Splintering our community into inequitable schools is not the answer. Strengthening our existing schools is. I suggest that if anyone would like to invest in our East Knox kids, they can use their money and time to support and strengthen the schools and programs that are already here. I guarantee it will be incredibly appreciated and the funds very well spent. Please vote no to charter schools in East Knox or anywhere in Knox County. Keep KCS funding where it belongs, in our existing schools with teachers who work harder than any group of people I've ever known, and with kids who need more support, not less. Thank you for your consideration, an East Knox County teacher. And now from me, I've been thinking a lot since Monday. I heard the representatives talk about their why being community requests, that lots of people begged them to come here, but I don't see those people. I heard them say something about a large number of local community members that support them. So I looked at the log of people that they either met with or attempted to meet with, checked in with them, and most of them said, no, we're not supporting them. Accuracy and truth are important, and it's not what I'm getting in these claims of community support. If we're not receiving accuracy and truth now, what can we expect in the future? Thank you.
Thank you. Pam, and I'm sorry, Pam, I don't want to butcher your last name, but can you state your name, county of residence? Thank you.
Pamela Skoyak.
Thank you.
I totally understand.
I would have not gotten
You're
that.
right.
Thank you.
Right. I'm going to read a letter from a constituent who couldn't be here tonight, and then also speak myself. This is from Brianna Holloway.
I'm sorry, are you from Knox County, ma'am?
Yes, I'm from Knox County. I live in your
apologize.
district.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I am also a Knox County resident, and the person I'm reading on behalf of, Brianna Holloway, is also a Knox County resident.
Thank you, sorry.
No worries. As a parent of several Knox County school students and former candidate for District 1 school board seat, I am asking that the approval of a new charter school be denied. I expressed several times during my campaign that charter schools are merely cloaked private schools, draining public funding from already underfunded and undersupported schools, especially the ones in my district. If a tire is flat, you don't buy an entirely new car, you fix the tire and keep rolling. We must fix and fund what is broken before we add another charter school to this county. Gun violence is another topic that I have been publicly vocal about for years. There needs to be very honest and transparent conversation about safety of our children in schools. I stand by my opinion of keeping armed officers in every Knox County school, not arming teachers, and banning military-grade weapons from being accessible to ordinary civilians. And thank you so much for, these are the words of Brianna, and I would just say in my own words that I would like to keep public money in public schools, and that this charter school coming from another place, not from our county, not from our people, is not in the best interest of students here in Knox County. And I think that if you spoke to constituents and asked, do you want your money to go to other things than public schools for every child, your constituents would say that they do want their money to stay in the Knox County schools and not go to charter schools. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Amber Roundtree.
I'm Amber Roundtree. I'm a Knox County resident. I come to you tonight as a parent, former Knox County educator, former member of this board, and an education scholar. I'm asking you tonight to vote no against Knox Prep. After 3 decades of peer-reviewed research, there's a lack of support for charter school outcomes. Any possible benefits have been negated by the negative impacts to our public schools, students of color, and students with disabilities. What is the research support for their Teaching Boys Effectively logic model? The results are dismal, frankly, from what they're doing in Chattanooga. Only 37% of their students scored at or above proficient for math, and only 17% above that for reading. So I think when we think about the district's strategic plan, how is this helping achieve that goal? Because in that plan, it does state that we're going to engage our whole community to use research and evidence-based practices. So 4 peer-reviewed articles does not a research practice make. And then I want to speak to Mr. Brown's point about Title IX. There is a lot of research, and if you are following, there's actually a current case at the Supreme Court. Mr. Dupler may be aware, it's Peltier v. Charter Day School, and the Fourth Circuit Court found in that case, prior to it being elevated to the Supreme Court, that North Carolina could outsource its educational obligation and later ignore blatant unconstitutional discrimination committed by those schools. We need to look no further than the shameful history of state-sponsored racial discrimination in this country to reject an application of the Equal Protection Clause. Powerful words. As you heard, the NAACP does not support this charter. Representative McKenzie does not support this charter. I hope you will seek more answers from the applicants. Our community will not accept complacency as normalcy. The only normalcy that we will accept is the normalcy spoke by Dr. King. That we will settle for is the normalcy that recognizes the dignity and worth of all God's children. The only normalcy that we will settle for is the normalcy that allows judgment to run down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. The only normalcy that we will settle for is the normalcy of brotherhood, the normalcy of true peace, and the normalcy of justice. Support our public schools, and let's keep our public dollars in our schools where the children need them most, as we heard from a previous speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Candace Bannister. Welcome, Candace.
Okay, hi, Candace Bannister, Knox County resident. It took a while for me to reflect on all I heard Monday night. It's so easy to be distracted by all the talk of bells and whistles because, after all, it is kind of a sales pitch. For me, it came down to three concerns regarding Knox Prep. Chat Prep had only 21% economically disadvantaged students in a 2021 state report. With a number that low, it doesn't seem like the mission of the school is to work with economically disadvantaged students, though that certainly seemed to be the case when we had the meeting on Monday, in March 1st. The average testing score for a Chat Prep was 20.7. Not only does it not seem like this school is positioned to raise the scores of our students here in Knox County, students with those scores would be required to be in the RTI intervention program. And if they were third graders in our state this year, they would be retained in third grade. Being successful at raising scores requires being well above and beyond the cutoff for intervention. With the new TISA funding of somewhere between $10K and $14K per student, KCS would be sending about $1 to $1.5 million to Knox Prep in its inaugural year, considerably more by the time it fleshes out to 7 grade levels. For every dollar Knox Prep would take, some student in Knox County schools would be getting less. There are approximately 4,000 sixth grade students in Knox County schools, but only 105 of those sixth graders would be accepted to Knox Prep. That's a very low number of students to benefit for such a large number of students to have to sacrifice. It almost feels like Willy Wonka is coming to town and passing out 105 golden tickets. Where are the people who want those tickets? They weren't here Monday night. Why aren't they here begging for you to authorize this school? Chat Prep made 60 trips here, so where's the support to bring them? While having a contest with golden tickets to visit a chocolate factory is acceptable, it's even fun. Having students have to play a lottery for their education is really not okay. Again, please exercise your duty to act and vote impartially for the good of the Knox County school system and its students. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this concludes public forum on this item.
All right, so do we have a motion on this item other than? Well, we have that. I mean, yeah, so discussion. Mr. Triplett? Yeah, we're doing that. Sorry,
Discussion
Mr. Triplett.
or motion? What do we do?
The discussion.
Or can we make a motion to approve it?
You can.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. So a motion by Mr. Triplett to approve, a second by Ms. Henderson. Discussion on that, Reverend Butler?
I think I was not first.
Go ahead, that's fine.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Oh,
I wasn't first, but
let me look back here.
That's okay.
Jennifer, are you first? Well, hold on. Before we do this, Mr. Dupler probably has some clarity to add to just the charter laws and the process if it were to be approved or denied.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize. I'm not feeling the best, so I'm just trying to hang in there as long as possible. But I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the board and to impart some more information after the robust discussion on Monday. First of all, there's two what I would call immediate legal issues at the moment. The first is Title IX. There's been a lot of discussion about Title IX on Monday night and some conversations since then. I've had a very frank discussion, as I stated, I know Chris McCarty. I would call him a friend, but he does represent the Knox Prep, and he represents school systems, across the state. And we had a good discussion about Title IX. We talked about the potential exceptions under Title IX for a single-sex school, and there are exceptions. Do they fit? Does this particular situation fit neatly in there? That's debatable. There's one exception that talks about if a charter school is its own LEA, they're accepted. Well, in this case, if the Knox Board of Education accepts the charter school, then it's the LEA, not the charter school, so that doesn't quite fit. There's another exception that talks about more along the lines of what they're proposing, which is, simply a single-sex school geared toward college prep. And there's cases either way. There's not one that's going to just say, bam, that's it. So there is the ability to debate there. Certainly, there's no challenge in Chattanooga because they have an all-girls school right next door. Does there have to be an all-girls school here in Knoxville? That's not really decided. I mean, OCR seems to put out some guidance on that, but I mean, there's no case law directly on point. All that to say, and both Mr. McCarty and I agree upon this, if there were a lawsuit, and frankly, anybody can file a lawsuit at any time, doesn't mean it's going to be upheld or it's a good lawsuit. But if a lawsuit were filed under Title IX, the Knox Prep folks would be the primary defendant. And, if a court were to say that they violated Title IX, well, what would the remedy be? The remedy be that there would be no Knox Prep. That would be the remedy. So, that's that. The other question that came up was, what's going to happen tonight? And that's a good question, too. So on the agenda, it talks about discussion and possible action on the recommendation of the Charter School Application Review Team. Well, if you look at the specific code on charter school applications, it says that the local Board of Education shall rule by resolution at a regular or specially called meeting to approve or deny a public charter school application. It then goes on to say that the grounds upon which the local Board of Education based a decision to deny a public charter school application must be in writing and must specify objective reasons for the denial. So what does that mean to this board? What that means is, as you all have heard many times, 5 votes get you what you want, right? But you have to have 5 votes. So if there's 5 votes to approve tonight, then, the board can easily produce a resolution that says approve and things move on, all right? If there's something less than that, then that's where we get into there could be possible concerns. At the very least, it's problematic. As we all can see right now, there's only 8 of you tonight. So if there's a 4-4 tie, then the motion would be denied. And the question is, where would you be able to find the objective reasons to deny the charter school? Maybe from the discussion, but again, I think Mr. McCarty believes, and it's certainly a good argument, that you would have to have 5 votes to come up with some type of objective reasons that would be then put into writing. So a 4-4 tie or less than that, perhaps 4-3 with a pass or something like that, doesn't get you to that point. So all that to say is, if there aren't 5 votes to approve tonight, then our office would have to recommend that the board take this up at a time, sometime before May 1st, obviously, because May 1st is the deadline, to look at it one more time, perhaps when all members are here, and then come up with a resolution, if it is denied, that states the reasons why. All right? Thank you.
Right, and just to clarify, because you and I had this discussion as well, and I know that the Chattanooga prep students are here tonight. They made the long journey again because they wanted to see this to completion. I would hope that we could complete it tonight. But it's my understanding that if the application is denied without reasons, the reasons weren't approved, and there is no further action on May 1st, it would by default become a charter. Is that correct?
So the code does say that if there is no action one way or another, either an approval or denial, then it is approved by default.
So in that scenario, that would be what would happen?
If if there's,
If the board, if it's the will of the board to move forward, let's say just theoretically, and I'm not so confident that it will be a 4-4 split, but let's, theoretically speaking, and the charter's denied. And then we move on to having to vote for reasons, because I do feel like that is the next step. And then all of those reasons fail because you have the same 4-4 split. That would be an inaction.
that would be.
Is that correct?
Yes, that would not be well, I mean, at the very least, it'd be problematic, and I'm sure that the applicant would claim that it was not a proper decision.
I just wanted to make everybody fully aware of that too, should that move forward.
I've got questions related to that.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. So if it is 4-4 split tonight, regardless of whether or not we can approve the reasons why, because I don't know that you stated this, Mr. Dupler, but the reason to state the reasons why is the applicant then would have to be able to remedy those reasons in their application, correct?
That's correct. The code talks about providing those written reasons why, so that the applicant can then take 30 days to submit an amended application, and then the board would have another look at the amended application.
Right. So in the event that it would be a 4-4, that is not a denial of the application. It's an action related to the application.
Well, that's what the Knox Preps Council, is saying. I mean, I don't know that I entirely agree with that, but I would say that, if the motion is denied under a 4-4, then that, to me, that indicates a denial, but it still creates a problem when you're trying to come up with the objective reasons
likely
why.
would not be able to get to an approved list of whatever the reasons would
Right.
be.
If you have a 4-4 deadlock for all the reasons, as Ms. Christie stated, then that would be problematic.
So maybe I'm being simplistic in my understanding, but what it sounds like is that really state law is saying that for any denial, there's actually two actions you have to make. You have to deny, and then you actually have to approve a set of reasons for the denial. Is that in effect what the law is doing?
Well, I mean, it's confusing because, it could be all one action. It could be all one action, but right now, that's why I referred to what the board has on the agenda, right? Because
there is no
the board doesn't have a resolution.
There's no
on the
resolution
agenda.
before the board.
Exactly. I mean, the board has a discussion in possible action. Doesn't mean that action has to be taken tonight. But now there's a motion to approve. So so now you have to deal with that motion.
Right.
But there's got to be if there is a denial, there has to be written objective reasons why.
Right. Okay. And I'm sorry, just to be clear, I'm assuming I don't like this is not an objective reason. I just want to make sure
that would be, I think under the law that would be challenged as an objective reason.
All right, I think that's important because I think all of us in this room have different reasons why we would be for or against. Some of them are more subjective than others. And I think what the law is telling us is that whatever the reasons are, they have to be objective. They can't be subjective or personal, correct?
That's what the law literally says, objective reason.
It would be hard to address that if you were coming back with the...
Yeah, you can't rectify that in an application.
Right.
Thank you.
All right. I believe, Ms. Owen, you were first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is just a question for Mr. Dupler. This is not where I was going to begin with. Since we have had an open deliberative process Monday, and we are having an open deliberative process today, of which we have video recording and copious minutes, could the administration not take those objective reasons from the minutes? When we've had discussion, I think the administration would be able to look at the minutes and say, well, that's how that person feels, that's a factual reason, and could find those objective reasons and pull them out.
They could, but again, to me, it's a gray area. I think Knox Prep, frankly, could challenge that. I mean, so that could be problematic. But what you're saying
And Mr.
could
Dukart,
happen.
I would think that board members who weren't aware or might not have realized that the voting on those actions might be something they had to do, might not have voiced, I don't like that action, you know, I don't like your reason. Like, we didn't really debate reasons that people gave or didn't give, right?
Right. I mean, up until now, you've had a discussion, you know, because that's what's on the agenda. But, you know, somehow from the record, you would have to have some objective reasons.
Right, but does it say anywhere that we would have to vote on those reasons? Because, I mean, a reason, Christie could give a reason and I could give, I'm sorry, Ms. Christie could give a reason, I could give a reason, Ms. Bike could give a reason. We could each give a reason that we might not all agree on, but those might still all be reasons.
I mean, again, I think that's a way to do it, but I think that would be problematic. I mean, Knox Prep's counsel has said that they feel like that the board needs to affirmatively vote on it. So,
How have other districts done this? How does Nashville do this?
it's by resolution. So, you know, often what you see is you'll see a board vote on the resolution up or down, and then sometimes they'll have two different resolutions. One's up, one's down with the reasons.
So whose responsibility would it be to bring that resolution for us to vote on?
We do it tonight.
I mean, why has that resolution, is it the committee's responsibility to bring a resolution? Who is supposed to draft that?
Point of order, please.
Yes, Reverend Miller.
I think that we are avoiding the discussion. It says that we have to have a resolution if we deny. So the resolution has to be written, and then if we vote on the resolution with the reasons in the resolution, then that's what we do. That's how we did a resolution for our legislative statement. And so we worked on that until we had the resolution. So if we have a discussion where there are reasons for not to approve, then those things will be there. So I think what we need to do is just go ahead and jump in the pool and have a discussion.
Yeah, I think, and, you know, and there's nothing saying that we can't write the resolution tonight if we need to, right? We can, if we have to vote up or down items, that is how you would plug that in. You could write a resolution based on things that the board agrees on.
Yes. Yeah, and there's nothing, to Ms. Owens' question, I mean, there's nothing in the state law that says that, you know, one particular entity does the resolution. It's just the board's resolution. So ultimately, it's up to the board.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go on to our discussion then, Ms. Owen.
Okay. That's all thrown my brain really far off now. So I have multiple thoughts. We'll see if I can get them back together. So we all know that it's the superintendent's responsibility to ensure that board members have all the necessary information to make informed decisions. But for the review of charter applications, that responsibility is necessarily delegated to a committee. But the committee, I'm not sure, has delivered all of the information that we need. If we were managing a business and being asked to hire an employee who did not include all of the necessary information on the application, I don't think we would consider that person for very long. And if we want to go back to the analogies from Monday, what we're looking at right now is not an application for a barista position. It's an application to hand over 700 of our students 100% into their care with the expectation that their education will be thorough and complete. With that in mind, there's some serious factual discrepancies throughout the application for Knox Prep, and this calls into question how thoroughly these claims were vetted and if they were vetted at all. On Monday, Ms. Thompson told us that each committee member was expected to do their own fact-checking. Keep in mind that was a 377-page document, and they were each expected to do their own fact-checking. Yet in my own fact-checking, I found that the committee members were not told that they were tasked with ensuring that the 377-page application was factual. So there are some, I have pulled out some questionable parts of the application. This is in no way a complete accounting of the claims. This is just some bits and pieces that I see. On page 8, citation 1, the Fulton graduation rate lists only the graduation rate for 2020-21, the first full year of COVID. If you look back to the 18-19 numbers, the rate from the same source was significantly higher, almost 10 points higher. Page 8, citation 4 and 5. The data is from a News Sentinel opinion piece that has no references to the source or time period that it may be from, and that's for both of those references. On page 9, citation 6, the reference to the demographic makeup of Western Heights comes from an invalid URL when you click on it. On page 10, citations 9 and 10, it lists KGIS as the source of information regarding the location of the school and sort of implies that Region 5 is a geographic location as well as synonymous with Commission and Board of Education voting districts too. And we know that that's not accurate. Additionally, the claim that this is a response to community and demand need with no data to support that claim, no meetings of any local neighborhood associations, and no survey data, also pulls that into question. And the reference that is there in the application is a link to an article in which that claim was made. So that's not an adequate citation for that claim. On page 11, citation 16, the application says the location and community has been purposely selected to closely mirror the student population at Chat Prep, with 80% of students living in low-income families. In the citation, what the citation says is that the 2021-22 report card inaccurately reports the economically disadvantaged student enrollment rate and says 78% of Chat Prep students are economically disadvantaged. So it's unclear whether it's the 80% that's the correct number or the 78% that's the correct number. However, there's no reference back to where that came from. If you go to the state data and pull out the school profile data from that same year, and it says on that it is updated from 12/6, so in December this is updated data. And what we see there is that the state appears to say that the number of economically disadvantaged students is actually 21%. So looking at that, knowing that they have said that there's a problem with the data, I went back to some other sections of the same data. 2020 and 21, it's listed as less than 5%. In 19 and 20, it's listed as 0%. So still looking at an assumption that that data may be compromised, I went to the National Center for Education Statistics. And there it lists things in numbers rather than as percentages. And so if you look down, it says the free and reduced eligible direct certification is 61 students. That's 61 students of 296 students. And so it comes out to about that same 2021 percentage. So rather than looking at a socioeconomic, low socioeconomic student ratio in the high 70s, we're actually looking at about 21%. That's a huge difference in what's claimed in that application and what all of the source data tells us. That seems pretty questionable to me. So the numbers don't exactly line up, and I think we all got an email today that I'm not sure how that came to be, but it explained the differences, and we know also that it's a difference in the way state and federal counts those numbers, and they were concerned that we didn't understand that. But what we're actually seeing is that the state and federal numbers do line up. The numbers that don't line up are the numbers in the application. If we go on to page 15, the chart on page 15 includes only 5 of our middle schools. It doesn't include all of them. And we heard on Monday that they expected to draw from all over the county. yet the data that they're looking at is only 5 of our schools. On page 12, citation 17, recruitment and outreach efforts will target families of students living and/or attending schools located within 12 miles of the proposed Knox Prep facility, with 2021-22 report card data showing one or more of the following. Previously, in this same application, we were told that the target was to be Old North Knox, which is not a low-income neighborhood, by the way, and Western Heights. On this page, District 1 is added, as is a 12-mile radius. However, in our Monday meeting, we were told that the school would be open to all boys in Knox County. So all through the application, we have different targets that are being listed, and it seems very confusing about what that target actually is. They also note that they will focus on students who are already taking advantage of our transfer policy. So students who are already transferring have the means to get to another school. Generally, we know that students who are in a poverty situation don't have the means to get to another school. So depending on targeting students who can already do that, that makes me wonder about who is actually the target audience. On page 19, citation 20, it says the average male out-of-school suspension rate across target schools, and it goes on, but the data is not from Knox County schools. It's U.S. data, so it's not about target schools at all. From page 21, citation 22, from the application it says few students currently exercise choice in Knox County, and then it gives some census estimates, but the source, which is not clickable, but it says MNPS 2021 October count data. That's Metro Nashville Public Schools, so that's not looking at our students either. When you get to page 23, there's a graphic that says that it's talking about the market share, K-12 charter market square of KCS students, but in the center of that graphic, it says charter K-12 market share in Nashville. So we have some mixed data. We have some data from the U.S. that says it's target schools. We have some data from Metro Nashville that says it's Knox County data. There are a lot of numbers here that just don't match up with the actual students that we're talking about. Throughout the plan, Western Heights is mentioned, but the school isn't slated to be in Western Heights. It's on the other side of the boundary created by I-275, which creates a natural difficulty for parents to be involved. The school is actually, we already said, slated to open between 2 higher income neighborhoods. From the application data, it says 40% of adults in Western Heights have completed high school. I click on the link that they supplied, and that link says 66% of residents have finished high school. That's a large discrepancy from their own data. On page 25, Knox Prep seeks to serve a student population that is not currently being well served, which also doesn't match the questions from Monday. On page 26, this isn't necessarily a discrepancy, but it says we guarantee that all our prepsters will graduate high school and attend college or university. Based on, how can you guarantee that? What is that guarantee? On page 28, citation 32, it says Chattanooga spends 2.6% more per student, $8,841, than Knoxville, $8,615. But we know that that's very old data. That's not our per student ratio at all. Those are not our numbers. It's really concerning to me that a committee that's looking at this application, that a lot of these things didn't jump out at them as being inaccurate. Our per student funding last year was around $10,000. And so those numbers should have jumped out very easily. From page 31 and forward, I had to stop digging into this because there's some massive conflict there. It's charts of student schedules and all of these sample schedules. The first one that you look at has 0 electives in it, none. Then as you read down through there, it talks about electives. And then there's another chart. Then there's one that says how much RTI they're going to have. Basically, all of these schedules, they don't math. There's no way that it works out to what they say they're going to have for students, the amount of time and the schedules, and none of the schedules match up. So I don't even know how to resolve that. I looked at it for a very long time, and I just gave up on that section. I just have a little bit more. On page 45, it lists a target area and says that 500 pieces of mail have been distributed via the targeted mail campaign, including 239 postcards that were mailed to households with 4th graders living in the target area within zip codes 37921 and 37912. 37921 is not a target area that they have discussed at any time. And if you would like to see the map of that area, I have that here. It includes West Knoxville, West Haven, and goes on out that way. On Monday, we asked about community meetings, and we were told that there had been many, many community meetings. I could look at that and say maybe that we are defining that term differently. But the list that we were sent that everyone should have is a list of individual people in the community that they met with. There's one meeting on there that's listed as a community meeting, and it's only at the Boys and Girls Club, and I don't know that general community members were involved. So that's why what we're hearing from the community is that they don't know anything about it. It's because the general community hasn't been contacted. The general community has not been invited to share their input. We haven't talked to our community about whether they want this or not. So really, regardless of how we feel and our philosophy of charter schools and whether we think they are great or not, just on the face of the application, these discrepancies are something that should very seriously concern us. The other thing that, and I'll stop after this one, the other thing that seriously concerns me is one of the emails in support that I got noted that this school outperforms all of Knox County middle schools. That's abjectly false. And if we look at our middle schools, and I really hadn't thought of this before, but when I went through and looked at all of the data for all of our middle schools, kudos to West Valley at 54. If we were to approve Knoxville Prep, it would be our 16th middle school that has scores, because we have some that have such small numbers that they're not reported. And at number 16, it would be in the bottom quarter of our schools. So if we are bringing in a school that is supposed to be innovative, that is supposed to lift our students up, that is supposed to bring us something that is supposed to help all of our students, which is the charter law says is the purpose, I don't understand why we're looking at a school that would be in the bottom quarter of all of our middle schools. That doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
Reverend Butler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I must say that as I offered myself for office, we were asked about charter schools. And what I said was, I'm against anything that takes away from the public schools. And I realized that that is not a reason to deny. So I had to force myself to have an open mind. I really did. And unfortunately, sometimes that window, it's like a broken window, that window just slide back down to close. But I had to force myself to have an open mind. The other thing that I had to do was to also force myself not to say, we don't have a vote. Because the way that the law is written, it seems as if we have to pass it or somebody else will. And quite honestly, as a board member, I reject that because I have been given the responsibility of making the best decision for the students in Knox County. I represent District 1 that this school will greatly affect, and I believe in a negative way, and a number of the people in the community I've talked to feel that way. But once again, that's still not a reason we can deny. We have to look at the application. The application has 3 areas: academic plan, operations plan, and financial plan. And the applicant has to score meet standard in those 3 major areas. Now, past performance is only applicable if the applicant has 1 or more schools currently operating, which Chattanooga Prep does. So that's what I'm understanding that as a board, we're responsible for looking at. Looking at the academic plan, and I've looked at grants and proposals and applications in the number of different careers that the Lord allowed me to have. And one of those things happened is that folk can make plans really great. But I tell you what, you never have a great, you hardly ever have a great result without a great plan. So great plans are needed. But so the academic plan and the financial plan I've really looked at. Quite honestly, those are not my gifted areas, although I have been trained in those areas, but the operation plan is what concerns me. And the reason why the operations plan concerns me is because of the discrepancies that have been noted. A number of things, and I'm just going to mention four. Student enrollment. We've heard about the economic disadvantaged discrepancy between Chattanooga Prep and the state data. That is real. That's not made up. There is a discrepancy. And I think that discrepancy needs to be investigated and explained. Student discipline. There is a discrepancy between student discipline suspension rate, reported, I think, 0 by CP, Chattanooga Prep, and state data is 12%. And we know, I believe that charter schools had an issue with suspensions. The first charter school we had trouble with suspensions when it initially started. Suspensions are a challenge for our schools. So, student discipline. And if you're reporting more than what you have, then to me, you're going to have a problem with operations. Whenever your plan includes data that is not accurate, then your operations are going to be more difficult. Third is community engagement. And this is an area where I have to admit there is some subjection for me, because my name is on the list of people they talk to, and they haven't talked to me. So I don't know about anybody else, but I know they didn't talk to me. But my name is there. And also, when you look at the way that it's listed, it gives the way I've read it, maybe not the way it was intended, but it basically says that these people we talked to and we gleaned something from them, or they gave us some kind of endorsement or whatever. They don't say that, but that's what it seems like it's presented as, that we're going to continue to do community engagement this way. And that's what I'm saying the operations plan comes up short, because if that's the way you're going to do it, you're going to come up short. Secondly, is there are organizations that's on there. And we have I think everybody have the same list that I have that I found when I came. I found a list of emails when I came. Did everybody get that? And these were organizations that they had on there that seemingly that was endorsing them that are not. And there's some that's not listed there that they haven't gotten that email, but they list in their plan that is not endorsing them right now. They no longer have a relationship with them. So the last thing I would say, that in certain areas on Monday, particularly Title IX and another issue that Ms. Bite brought up about Title IX, is they say we're going to handle on a case-by-case basis. That's not a good plan. Case-by-case is not, you got to have a standard that you're going to handle each case by. So I think that at best, under the operations plan, is partially meet standard because they put it in a plan. But the data, the information they put, those kind of things does not support that. And then I think if you look at the discrepancies between the things that Ms. Owens brought up, that's the past performance. And that may be partially meet standard. If they're really at those scores that she's saying that her research indicated, then that means that they're partially meeting standard in that area. So that does give us quantitative, objective reasons to deny. I am going to vote to deny, and I'm going to encourage my colleagues to deny. At best, this gives them 30 days to bring us back some answers that will look straight. Also, I really don't like, I'm sorry, I'm getting passionate now, so let me go back. I like for our attorney to tell us that, and I think you did a good job being objective, to tell us that, hey, these are issues. This is a problem area. This is a concern. So their attorney would do a better job of saying, this is what we plan to do so we don't get sued. Because even though they may be I heard you say the primary, usually when you use the primary, there can be a secondary. Am I right about that? So they may be the primary, but we may be the secondary. And I don't want to go into something already anticipating I might be a secondary. So for those reasons, I think we deny operations plan, at best, partially meet standards, past performance, partially meet standards. We have it objective, we have it quantitatively, so all we got to do is just vote. So I urge my colleagues to not bend to the closed window of we got to vote it in, but make sure that we do the right thing and make them do what they have to do the right thing. Thank you.
Ms. Spike.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I quickly came up with my list. Number 1, false information. Number 2, lack of transparency. Number 3, being second for Title IX. Number 4 is lack of a SPED plan. Number 5, lack of a real location. I don't feel like being located at the Boys and Girls Club is a real long-term plan, and I would prefer to see something more concrete. That's going to give me better feelings about the longevity of this school being in our community. The next one, poor schedule planning and not a well-rounded plan. I really respect Superintendent Ryswick's 865 academies and all that we are offering students. We've seen how many Austin East students got full ride scholarships to UT. We are doing it. We just need to put more money there. My next is lack of community outreach. I sent out thousands of mailers when I campaigned. So certainly you could do the same thing. Lack of community input, lack of community approval. Transgender students, I have transgender students that I represent and transgender families, and I specifically asked for them to commit to accept those students on how they identified, and there was no response. All the other responses were very prompt, so I think that also tells me something. The scripting, that I heard on Monday, I was really disappointed to hear a young boy call his mother illiterate, because I think in certain communities that would not happen, and that's really disappointing. regardless of whether your mother can speak English or read and write English or whatever language, to get up in front of these people, I don't feel that that was a self-chosen word. And lastly, this does not align with our strategic plan. I think doubling up on English and math doesn't align with it. We have a really well-rounded strategic plan to support students, and it does not go with that. So now I'm going to go into the packet and the false information and lack of transparency. This list that we were given, it doesn't list me because I actually did have a Zoom conversation with them on September 26th of last year. I'm not mentioned here, but apparently Reverend Butler is. So that's real interesting to me. I also reached out to several community members. Allison Comer, the executive director of Muse Knoxville, there's a letter that each of you have, where she refutes endorsing them and also some of their listings in here, and also has never agreed to have a partnership or even discussed having a partnership. Instead, she says that they just asked a lot of clarifying questions. Next, I have one of my constituents reached out to me, and she discussed Emerald Academy's lack of a very distinct plan to serve special ed students and students with those needs. The Knox County teacher letter that you heard, Brianna Holloway's letter that you heard, she's in District 1. She ran for District 1. She is a parent, she's a community member, and a community leader. Charles Lomax, he specifically, there's a letter there, and I'm happy to share any of these. I reached out to the bottom, which it was really interesting that when Anchorman PR reached out to me, they had no idea what the bottom was. And I think for anyone that is in that community, you know what the bottom is and what they're doing. And so they have a statement here. And then also, Matthew Best made a statement, and he's the executive director of the Change Center. And it did not take me very long, essentially this week, to get all of this stuff together. If it only takes me a week, imagine if you did some real community outreach, what you could get.
Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I appreciate the robust conversation and questioning. One of my concerns even going into this process before we even opened up the discussion, months ago when we knew this was coming, is I really didn't want this to become a policy debate, because it's really not what we're here for. It's not what we've been charged with. That policy's been decided at a state level, and regardless of whether or not any of us like it or not, it's been decided. And so what I've heard tonight is not that, and I appreciate that each board member who's been engaging in these conversations, I feel like is doing their due diligence the way that they know how to do it, and the way that kind of fits the way that they work. I'm actually on the other end of the spectrum, I think, than Reverend Butler, in that I don't have a policy issue with charter schools. I actually see them different than vouchers and some other things that are out there, and have been supportive of a prior charter school in our community. And when I went into this process months ago, at least probably around August is when I started engaging in this process, as I heard about the potentiality of Knox Prep coming into the community. There was really kind of three things that kind of drove my process. One is, can they do the things that they say they're going to do in the way they say they're going to do them, right? Like anybody who's going to be doing anything, we got to make sure that they can do it in the way they say they're going to do it. The other thing that I've been looking at is, does the community in which they want to serve actually want them there? Because although our Charter Review Committee is charged with reviewing the application, they're not charged with asking these other questions. It's not in their purview. It's not what they're being asked to do. But to Reverend Butler's point, as an elected body who's representing a constituency, we are charged to do that, whether it's this issue or any other issue. We're charged to hash those things out and try to come to some understanding. And honestly, until today, I did not know how I was going to vote on this issue. I do appreciate Knox Prep, and they've been very open in their dialogue with me in terms of being responsive. I do have some concerns and some challenges related to the application, and I don't necessarily fault Knox Prep for all of those things, and that I don't know that the application, the way it's designed, is great. For instance, one of the things that it talks about is community engagement. Well, actually, what I want to know is community support, which to me is different than community engagement. Community engagement is I'm just reaching out to folks in a given community. That doesn't mean I really have anybody's support. And to me, activity in a community does not speak to support. And coming from a participatory community development philosophy and the work that I do, I fundamentally believe that good solutions cannot come from community or cannot be given in communities unless the community is involved in developing the solutions. You've seen that play out all throughout history, that those who are coming from outside of a community cannot come up with the best solution for a community itself, because solutions have to be contextualized. It's just the nature of it. And so I know some of my other board members who've already spoken have brought up lots of different concerns. Some of those I share to different degrees than others, but the one concern that's not been lifted up that I have, that I want to make known is that what I've seen in my investigations and in my going out into the community and talking to folks is actually not a lack of support, it's actually a retraction of support. I've seen a number of folks who were very excited about Knox Prep in the beginning. And what I've seen, and it's not for me to say who those folks are tonight, and it's not for me to give their reasons. But what I've seen is that through their engagements, which is way more engagement than I've ever had with the school, and I've engaged the school a lot, is that they've actually lost support. And I'm not going to, it's not my place to say why that is or why it's not. But no matter how this vote goes down tonight, Knox Prep, what I want you to hear is I fundamentally believe that. I believe over the last 18 months that you've been in the community, you've actually lost support. And I don't know what you want to do with that. I don't know if that conjures up anything to you. I don't know if you feel like there's any credibility in that statement or not. But that's what I've seen. And so to me, that's a big concern because regardless, again, of how we feel about the policy of charter schools, if it's good for a community and all those kinds of things, that's not what I'm here to debate. What I'm here to debate is this something that a community wants? On top of all the other things that my other board members have mentioned. So to me, that is disappointing because a school like this that's not a part of the centralized public school system, no matter how much it may want to be or may not to be, I don't think can do good work in the community without that support. And so for that reason, I will be voting no.
Mr. McMillan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question for the law director. If, and that's a big if, particularly tonight, this were to be approved by 5 or more votes, then it gets up and running. And over the course of 2 or 3 years, it is failing as far as the standards and everything that it needs to meet. Then do we as a board have a way to dissolve it?
So, I mean, the general answer would be yes. Specifics would depend upon the charter agreement between this board and the board for the charter school. You could look to the agreement that already exists with the one charter school in town,
right?
You know, to look at that example. But I mean, it has to be, you know. They're evaluated, you know, every so often, and you know, without getting into to the deep weeds. I mean,
right.
and there would be standards that would have to be met, and usually, again, they're agreed upon.
Right. So, yeah. But there would be a way if they weren't meeting those standards.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. I just have I guess a couple of quick questions or comments more than anything. So I have the state report card for Central High School pulled up. And it is saying that that school is 26% economically disadvantaged. I would disagree with that. And the only reason, I mean, when you go into the school, it seems like, I mean, I would think that they could possibly qualify as a Title I. I mean, but they have a lot of undocumented students in that school. And those are not reflected on your state and federal report cards. So I would just like to point that out. Yes, Reverend Butler.
Thank you for allowing me to have a little open dialogue. But the school in question does not have undocumented folk.
But well, my point is that based on what I know, if your reasoning being that Chattanooga Prep, if your evidence that Chattanooga Prep misrepresented themselves in this category, that might not necessarily be true because this category does not account for some student populations because it's based on those who apply for benefits.
Yes, ma'am, if you allow me, once again, some open dialogue. If you were applying for, if you make an application and that data was not consistent, then we need to have some research to indicate where you're getting your figures from. Right now, I think you've done the eye test, and I won't disagree with you on the eye test. I've done my own eye test at times and felt like I was accurate and was. Sometimes I wasn't. One of the things that my shop teacher said was, if you measure with a ruler, you know you're right. And I think that we just need to find the ruler and measure it so we know. Because if that's wrong, then if I'm going to do an application, I want to get the state to make sure I'm right.
Right. Well, I'm just coming from the perspective if we're going, you know, if we're saying that someone misrepresented themselves based on this, that there could be possible explanations. That's all I'm saying. So,
and I'm agreeing with you. What I'm saying is, can we deny them tonight and have them give us the explanations? And give us the explanations in writing, because that's what the application was in.
Can we please have order in the audience? I hear some voices, and I'm having a hard time hearing Reverend Butler. Thank you.
So, that, and I guess going to the community support, you know, if people don't want their kids at this school, they're not going to apply for this school. But that being said, that's really all I have to add tonight. Ms. Henderson, you have not had an opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Scott, would you mind coming up and just addressing some of these issues? Thank you. I appreciate it.
Point of order, please. I thought we were at a point of discussion with the board. I didn't know we would bring in more witnesses up.
Well, I think he can clarify some of these false numbers and add some clarification.
But we have to put our responses, our resolution in writing. So I think whatever we get will be in writing. But I object to him coming up at this time, but I don't. But
well, I
you
think
might override me.
I would say that if we are going to have to vote on reasons, that we might have board members that would like to ask additional questions for clarifications. So,
do we need to vote on that? Whether he can speak? I've never. And we're having discussion.
Well, yeah, I mean, right now.
And we allowed it at discussion last week, so.
Right now, it's a board discussion. I think since you have an objection at this point, you know, might be good to have a motion and a vote. No, I'm just saying.
I think it's good to have all of the information out there and the clear information, so.
Right.
I think it's important.
Okay, so do you want to make a motion, Ms. Henderson?
I make a motion for Mr. Scott to speak and address the board.
So we have a motion by Ms. Henderson to allow Mr. Scott to speak, a second by Mr. Triplett. Ms. Coatney, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Dr. Butler?
No.
Ms. Owen? No. Mr. Watson?
Yes.
Ms. Bike? No. Ms. Henderson?
Yes.
Mr. Triplett? Yes. Mr. McMillan? Yes. Ms. Christie?
Yes.
That's 5 yes votes and 3 no votes.
Okay, so motion carries. So, Ms. Henderson, you can continue.
Yes, do you mind clarifying some of the discussion that's going on here, Mr. Scott, with the numbers?
Absolutely, thank you.
I know there was an email sent out.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, Madam Chair, the board. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak on behalf of Knoxville Prep, our proposed application to you. I know you're tasked with a very difficult task, and I know the community, there's concerns, but there's also support. As we have engaged in the community throughout this process, our parental and student and community support has grown. In terms of the data that's been questioned, we stand behind our data. We stand behind, for example, our state report card that's not accurately represented because of certain populations within our school that is not represented in that data because they don't have the documents to show up in that data. Hamilton County Schools sent an email out to you all today vouching for our data, standing behind it, stating there were discrepancies amongst the reporting with charter schools and Hamilton County Schools going to the state this past year and in years past. So we stand behind our data. We stand where we're at. We stand by our students. We stand by the parents that want voice, that want choice in their education. That's all we're trying to do is provide a high quality choice for parents, and ultimately parents have the vote whether to send their child to our school or not. So in terms of our academic data, our economic disadvantage data, the community members we met with, and I will clarify, Reverend Butler, all that list is touch points. I did call you, I did email you several times to meet. Members of our team have reached out to you to meet. Ms. Bike, you were listed in the charter app as meeting with you. Just because an organization is on there or a person is on there doesn't mean they've endorsed us. And I'm sorry if it was presented that way. Part of the rubric and part of the application is to state and log what touch points we've made with the community. We've listened to the community. Our support has grown. Our letters of intent on our website from parents from each of your district who have said, if Knoxville Prep is approved, I will send my child to the school. That has grown from 0 letters of intent to 75 today. Some parents who are in the audience tonight here that want this choice for their child. So ultimately, parents have to decide. I can tell you if you approve us tonight, you don't approve us, but if you do, our commitment is to serve children and give parents of Knoxville a choice in their education. Our results are proven. The example is at Chattanooga Prep. The students that are here on their spring break that are not being forced to be here because they want to advocate for the work they are doing and their families have chose for them, that's what we want to do in Knoxville. I know there's questions, but trust us. See our example in Chattanooga and see the parents that want a high quality choice for their children. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. And just hold on one second. You may want to speak to something else. So there is a quote in the Knox News Sentinel that says, Chattanooga Prep outscored all Knox County middle schools and placed far above the average scores for the schools located in zones it expects to draw students. Do you want to speak to that a little bit?
Yes, I think there was clarification to that point in the paper. It's compared to middle schools that serve students of similar backgrounds and similar demographics as us. If you look at the state report card, if you look and compare our data to middle schools in Knox County, Hamilton County that serve similar demographics, students of background as Chattanooga Prep, you'll see that we're outperforming those schools. And I will add that if approved, our results are your results. The test that our students take will say Knox County Schools on it. So when our students, like are represented in the audience today, when they're doing exceptional in their math, science, social studies courses, they are part of your strategic plan because their data is your data. And I will reiterate, we want to be a tool in the toolbox, and ultimately parents will be the decision-making force in our school.
Thank you for clarifying that. That's all the questions I have for Mr. Scott.
Thank you. Ms. Bite?
Thank you. I understand that I was listed in your application. Why wasn't I listed in this log?
As indicated in the log that I sent you as a very rough draft, and I did indicate that there were more community contacts that were not listed in that rough draft, but in the official application you are listed. You had asked for any other logs that we had, and you received the rough draft back office points of contact that we made in the community. I can tell you I've been up at least weekly, met with a lot of you, reached out to every single one of you to meet and hear feedback. Any responses you've asked, I've responded. And parents, ultimately, those 75 parents that have signed letters of intent, they want a high-quality choice for their child. Why can they not decide for their children?
I heard you say that. It seems like, though, there are some things that are kind of cut off in this log, and they're a little bit different. Who made this log? Did you make this log?
Excuse me?
Did you make this log?
Members of our team added to it. We had a Google Doc. Again,
Can you name who added to this Google Doc?
For HR purposes, no.
Okay.
A member of our team, various members of our team added to that.
So I see that it has like possible partnership with Muse, and I have the letter from the Muse that says that they did not discuss a possible partnership and that they refute this documentation. So I'm just really confused about that, why things would be listed here, and that maybe someone in your team doesn't have accurate information, or you're trying to give inaccurate information.
Yes, I apologize if anything seems inaccurate. I will stand behind. You asked for a raw documentation of our community engagement. That's what you received.
I don't think I said raw.
A back office indication, and members of our team did have communication with the Knoxville News, and the key word there is possible collaboration, just like we want to have collaboration with any Knox County organization.
So why didn't you reach out to the Bottom?
The Bottom is actually a bookstore in East Knoxville that we have. We have been by there. We've heard all about it from members of our advisory board. Our proposed principal is excited to.
Did you reach out to them and talk to them?
No, I did not.
Do you have their support?
No, I do not.
Do you know what kind of work they do in the community?
I do. I know my understanding is they have an excellent shop that engages with the community. They're very aware of the community. And if approved, our proposed leadership team, including myself, will be there.
Do you know what kind of workshops they put on?
No, I do not, but would be excited to go and learn more about it.
That's something I wish that you had done already. And I'm really curious about what you think about how this aligns with our strategic plan.
Sure, and feedback well taken, and I will say, if approved, it's going to require us to be in the community even more because, again, ultimately, parents have to decide.
I asked about the strategic plan.
The strategic plan, one of the big pieces is the 75% of college-going students. That gap is roughly around 400 kids, and so our college-going plan with our young men, if you look at the college-going rates of men.
Do you know what our strategic plan is?
Well, can we let him finish answering that?
He's not answering my question.
Point of order,
Well,
Ms. Spike has already
he's
attacked
not.
a child, and now she's attacking
But
others.
he's not finished his sentence. He's not. Let him
Okay.
finish his sentence,
Go for it.
and then you can. Yes, Mr. Scott.
Yes, so the college preparatory, advancing kids, giving no limits to people, for young people, for parents, for their education that prepares them to be the citizens tomorrow. The overlapping of the strategic plan, our college-based, our AP classes, our ACT classes, when parents decide if they choose to send their child just like Chattanooga Prep, we're going to prepare them. Hamilton County Schools will tell you, and there's letters in the application from Hamilton County where we are a tool in the toolbox for the strategic plans to give children no limits when it comes to their education. And if approved, our leadership team is prepared to sit down with the superintendent and the administration, learn more about the strategic plan and how we can be a tool in that toolbox to help support young people. Because ultimately, again, Our students are still Knox County students. Their test scores are your test scores. So we, just like we're doing at Chattanooga Prep, we want to excel them and ensure that they're the leaders of tomorrow.
So I know that you've been doing this work for over a year because you started hiring in January of last year, and I'm really surprised that you couldn't tell me what our strategic plan is. I think that's a problem.
I think I'm not going to get into an argument or a debate with you, but I can say that we're very aware of the achievement and building future career-ready graduates. That Dr. Reiswick, what I heard at the college-going forums I've been hearing from parents of how math, science, social studies, reading scores need to accelerate, and we want to be a part of that. I think we can all agree that the strategic plan of all of our public education entities is send kids to college, prepare them for careers, and prepare them to be future ready through academics, and that's what we're prepared to do. That's what we're doing in Chattanooga.
That's it.
Ms. Owen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you talk to us a little bit about how your learning opportunities will be accessible to female students?
I'm not in a position to answer that.
Okay. Because our mission statement for Knox County Schools is to provide excellent and accessible learning opportunities that empower all students to realize their full potential. And so I'm curious to how you plan to ensure that.
As a public charter school in Tennessee that is following the law of Tennessee, we can have a single gender model school, and I can assure you with the young men that we serve, we will provide equal access for them of a high quality education, just as we've proven at Chattanooga Prep. For the families that are choosing us, every young man sitting behind me is representative of a parent that chose Chattanooga Prep, and we want to do the same thing here in Knoxville.
And I understand that it's legal in Tennessee to have a single-sex school, but we also have federal requirements, and we also have our own mission and vision that we have very carefully crafted. And our mission that we have very, very carefully crafted, that is part of our strategic plan, is to provide excellent and accessible learning opportunities that empower all students to realize their full potential. So while it may be legal, there are lots of things that are legal, but that doesn't necessarily make them right for the situation. And that's why we're trying to ask these questions, is to figure out how it is that you believe what you're doing
Ms.
fits
Owen,
into our...
I have a point of order for Mr. Dubler. So in these charter laws and charter applications, Knox Prep is, of course, an all-boys school. Are they required to adhere to the strategic plans of a district? Is that something that is written into this law?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, the way the charter school section of the TCA is set up is that the charter school routinely offers differences that are not found in the LEA. So I don't know of anything in the law that says that specifically what you're saying, which is that they have to adhere to the strategic plan.
Okay, I'm sorry, continue, Ms. Owen. I just wanted clarification on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not talking about the law. Our speaker brought up the law. What I'm talking about is whether this is a fit for Knox County schools. And since we have a strategic plan that specifically speaks to that, whether you like it or not, that's what we're speaking to. So since you have brought up the law, if we want to look at the Tennessee Public Charter Schools Act of 2002, the purpose of the Tennessee Public Charter Schools Act, number one, the purpose is improve learning for all students. And I can't find a way that this improves learning for our female students. So if we are going to improve learning for all students, I need to be able to see how this improves learning for our female students. Number 3 is to encourage the use of different and innovative teaching methods. A single-sex school is not a method, and so the only innovative teaching method that I have heard is finding joy. And while I'm all about joy, we know. Hey, don't laugh. I've got a little bit. That's not enough. That's not enough. Instilling joy isn't enough for me to turn over 700 of our students to someone who hasn't shown me that they have the capacity to do what they're saying they're going to do. It doesn't matter whether we are pro or opposed to charter schools. What we have in front of us is an application that frankly, the way it is cited, I don't think meets the standards for most of our high school English classes. That's something we need to seriously look at. That's why I pulled out all those citations, because when I'm looking through it, the citations are not adequate. And if that's what we're looking for, if that's what we're looking at in an application that took months and months to come up with, then that's something we should be questioning. As Reverend Butler pointed out, we're not talking about the philosophy of charter schools. We're supposed to be talking about the application. And if we can't look at it in a concrete way and look at the facts of the application, the citations that we're given in the application, I didn't make those up. Those are the citations they gave us. I'm not choosing, with the exception of comparing to the federal data, because we did get something from the Charter Center that pointed that out. So I didn't choose the citations. I didn't go look these things up. These are not studies that I've gone out and done. I'm looking at the citations they gave us. This is what they gave us. That's all I'm looking at, is what they gave us. We shouldn't be looking at anything else. So, I can go out and look at one of my schools and say, maybe that doesn't look right. But when I'm presenting something that is supposed to be factual and I'm giving a citation that is supposed to prove it, that would be on the person doing that work. That would be on me if I were submitting an application to give that accurate information and to cite it accurately.
Mr. Triplett, we've not heard from you tonight, I don't believe.
Yeah, just a quick question, just kind of in response to something Ms. Pike said related to one of the students that is here. Were those students given a script before they spoke up here?
No, sir. They spoke from their hearts.
And then I have a question for Mr. Dupler. And it's our understanding that if students choose not to attend the school, they will get no money. Is that correct? It's based on students, right? So if we approve, let's say we approved it tonight, or we don't approve it, it goes through some process and ultimately gets approved by default in some way, however that convoluted and confusing mess reads. If they don't have students, they get no resources from Knox County, correct?
Correct. Yes, the resources would follow the students. That's correct.
So ultimately, for me, I can appreciate some of the concern. I can understand the community support aspect that Mr. Watson brought up. But if a student chooses to attend, there may be 10 students that come through this and receive a better education and do very well, and there may be 105 or whatever the number is. But ultimately, I feel like they just get that choice. And if they don't like it and it is not beneficial to them, then Knox Prep goes away on its own. But if it will benefit some students, then I would support that. And based on what I've seen at Chat Prep and some of that, I feel confident there are some. Maybe not even 105, and that's okay. But my thought is that it's really about student choice or parent choice, and that's kind of where I land on it.
Reverend Butler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions, so I wanted.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Wanted to say that the process that I went through was to look at the application, because I thought that's what we were evaluating. And the speaker had an opportunity to speak on Monday and explain everything, but then we look at the application. And the application comes up short. I understand the insurances, I understand looking at the product, I understand all that, but we're supposed to look at the application. Application comes up short. Data has discrepancies. Mr. Superintendent, let me ask a question of you, please. How do you know what the data is at Central High School? Is it what the state says or what you walk in and see?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Butler. So, I mean, we track different data for those different things, so we look at all those. I say the state data and things on report cards are more things that we look at as kind of like a summative at the end of the year. But we also, in a visit to a school like that, or our regional teams that visit, also have different data points that might track on how students are progressing and look at a variety of things on that, as far as academic data, as far as behavioral data, as far as those kinds of things, to kind of look at the overall health of the school.
So if there's discrepancies with what we have or what the state has, you want to get it right, because especially when it comes to the economic disadvantage, that means money.
That's correct. We have a way to typically, I don't know exactly in that process but typically we get before state report cards are posted, there's some information exchange, some time to correct things like graduation rates and ready graduates. There's appeals processes that we're given as a district to be able to respond back to the state before data is posted typically.
Likewise with suspensions as well.
I mean, again, I'd probably, to know all the categories for sure, I'd probably want to talk to Steve Roeder, our data guy, but my understanding is there are lots of windows for different data, for appeals for graduation, for, to check data typically before it goes up on the report card. We have ways to be able to appeal that back to the state.
And you see, this is the thing. I even, that window slide down, I even put a stick in the window to keep the window up. Y'all act like y'all don't know what I'm talking about. But, so what I'm saying is, let's look at the application. The application comes up short. It has discrepancies. We know it. We can look at it and see it. It is quantitative. It's measurable. It fits into the academic, the operation plan, I think it falls into. So I hear that, and that's why I had an objection to him coming up, is because at this point, we've done all our research. We've heard everybody talk. Now it's time to say, what does the application say? So when we vote on this, does the application meet the standard? And at this point, it doesn't. And once the application is approved or not approved, if it's approved, then there's going to be a charter agreement. Is that right? And they have to do what's on the paper. They don't do what they stand up and talk about. I'm right about it? Got to be done what's on the paper. So that's all I'm saying is, let's not change the rules as we go along. I was told we had to look. It wasn't about how we feel about it. It's what does it say. And I think we see clearly that there are discrepancies than what was presented. And I'm not the only one who read those names down there and felt like these were people that they talked to, or these people that, I know everybody they talked to didn't agree, because we had some staff persons who couldn't, that wasn't their role to agree. That was their role to provide information. The organizations that they said that had agreed. Now, they either agreed when they put it on the paper, or they even backed out, But this, what I'm reading here, said they never agreed. So that is a problem with the application. So that's what I'm saying. I can't tell anybody how to vote because it's your vote. But I'm saying that we see clearly there's a problem with the application. Let's call it what it is. Let's vote. They go back and for whatever way they can change it, get it fixed, come back. We look at it again. But I was told we had to look at the application. That's what we look at. I did hear one thing, though, this week that I didn't think was not from my perspective. And that was Mr. Watson talked about the white savior-ism. I understand that perspective from him. From our perspective, it's the white takeover process. And this is affecting our schools. So, and I know in District 1, but in the neighboring districts, we already got one. Here comes another one. Here comes another one. And here comes another one. And I know that it's because we have some tough challenges in our schools and they look vulnerable. If you had tough challenges in your schools, and I know you have challenges, but if you had tough challenges in your community, maybe they and your schools look vulnerable, maybe they would come and attack yours. Or the ones because yours are mine, so the ones in your area. But at this point, if they're gonna come and run a school, let them do what we gotta do. Let them file an application that's accurate. Because if they file an application that's not accurate and it goes through, then the data that we report, the data they report to us, we report to the state, it's the same process. It's something that they're gonna write to us. And how much effort do we have to put in to make sure they're writing it right? So I'm gonna stop talking because I feel like now I've gone past the point of objectivity. But thank you.
Ms. Owen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dupler, if their application has what we would consider to be deficiencies, and we deny based on those deficiencies, they have 30 days to correct them. Is that right? Or they can choose to go to the state. Am I right on that?
30 days to check first.
If the board denies and provides the written objective reasons, and one of those reasons is discrepancies in the application, then yes, they would have 30 days to amend their application.
Okay, so all they would have to do is correct these discrepancies and bring it back, just like redoing their homework, right?
I mean, they would have the option to amend in whatever way they see fit.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
We already have that motion on the floor.
We have a motion for discussion. Is the motion on the floor to approve? Okay, thank you, sorry.
We have a motion to approve by Mr. Triplett, a second by Ms. Henderson. I don't think there's any more discussion, so. Ms. Coatney, will you do a reverse roll call vote, please?
Can we have the question read again, just to make sure that I'm not confused?
The motion was to approve the charter application.
It was to approve the recommendation of the charter school application review team, and it was seconded by Ms. Henderson. And Madam Chair, would you like for me to go with you first or last?
You can go with me first.
First, okay. Ms. Christie?
Yes.
Mr. McMillan? Yes. Mr. Triplett? Yes. Ms. Henderson? Yes. Ms. Bike? No. Mr. Watson? No. Ms. Owen? No. Dr. Butler? No. That's 4 yes votes and 4 no votes.
Okay, so that motion fails. So now we will begin our resolution for reasons, and we will have to take a vote on each of those reasons. But a tie vote's a fail. You have to have 5 votes to approve anything. So 4 ties a fail. All right, so before we, what time is it? Does anybody need a break before we do that? All right, so before we continue this, can we, board members, take a 10-minute recess and come back to that? Okay. All right, we will be resuming our meeting. All right. Ms. Owen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion to delegate the writing and the composition of the resolution to the administration.
So we have a motion by Ms. Owen to delegate writing a resolution to the administration and a second by Ms. Spike. Mr. Watson?
Just a question of clarification. I don't know that the law is explicit in this way, but my presumption, Ms. Owen, is you're not asking for that to be done tonight. Is that correct?
No, my expectation would be that we are delegating the entire responsibility to them.
Okay, so my question then, Mr. Dupler, is in delegating that, the board would still have to approve it. And then my second question is, I'm asking for confirmation on that. And then my second question is, by law, does that have to happen tonight in the same meeting that the vote, the original vote occurred? I know you're like all up in murky waters here. I get that. So.
Yeah, it's not the best place to be in. The board, the law says that the board has to be the one to have it in writing. So I would agree with your statement that even if director of schools and the administration are writing it, the board would then have to approve it. And the other question was, it doesn't have to be at this meeting, just has to be done before May 1st.
And then if it is done before May 1st, because I know we have another meeting that's coming up that we could possibly attach a special call meeting to, does the timeline for which they have to respond also have to occur before May 1st, or does the whole timeline get extended at that point? Meaning, because they have 30 days to respond, correct? So let's say on the 27th, I think that's our meeting. Is that when our other meeting is called? Yeah. So let's say on the 27th, we do another special call meeting right before, after the budget meeting where this is addressed, and that resolution gets approved. Then does the 30 days then extend that ultimate timeline of May 1st?
Yes. I mean, the charter's applicant would have to have that 30 days to respond to the reasons.
Right. Irregardless of what the original end date was for our action. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Dupler, another question. Like I said, I would rather proceed with this tonight. We're here, Chattanooga Prep's here. I don't agree with putting that on the administration. This is their responsibility, and I do feel like that we have to be the one that comes up with the reasons. But my other question is, I mean, if it's going to do that, at that meeting, we would have 9 people here. So I wouldn't be voting on a resolution. I would ask that we revisit the whole thing. But again, my preference is to complete this business tonight.
So are you asking?
Right. I mean, we could put the charter application itself back up for a vote at a separate meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, if the board calls a special meeting, so you can't have the same vote tonight. But if the board were to call a special called meeting before May 1st, then you could open up that question again. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. McMillan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dupler, I believe that when we vote on the budget, nothing else can be voted on at that. And there's something that says that?
So you're right, Mr. McMillan. So what would have to occur is there would have to be a special called meeting for the budget and a special called meeting for the charter application. It would have to be separate.
You can do it at the same time, but it's 10 minutes apart or
Yes.
5 minutes apart?
Yeah, 2 separate meetings, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Reverend Butler?
I yield to Ms. Owens.
Ms. Owen?
I'd like to withdraw the motion.
All right. Reverend Butler?
Are we in discussion now?
Yes, we have a motion on the floor. What, no, she withdrew it. So yes, we're back to discussion.
So I think that we ought to handle it tonight, and I have 4 things to offer based on what I have and one other thing someone said, if I may share those at this time. In the area of the economic disadvantage discrepancies between the Chattanooga prep plan and the state data would be, and this would be a corrective action is what I'm understanding. So it would be resolve economic disadvantage data with the state data. The second one along that line about the suspension data, resolve suspension data with resolve discrepancy with suspension data with the state data. Number 3 would be present more accurate information concerning community engagement, including persons and organizations. Present more accurate information concerning community engagement, including persons and organizations. And then number 4 would be address special needs in a more in a broader, in a more strategic, more specific way. So that would be those 4. Those are the 4 things that I would want the resolution to say.
Thank you. Mr. Watson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Reverend Butler, are you presenting those 4 as a motion, or are you just opening it up for further discussion?
Well, I didn't know if anybody else had
something to add.
So if anyone else had something to add or take away, quite honestly, I would want to hear some discussion, because someone may say, well, I don't agree with that, and that's fine. But if I need to put it in the form of a motion, tell me what I need to do.
Yeah. Point of clarification for your intent. On the one where you said present more accurate information regarding community engagement, including individuals and organizations, are you asking specifically about community support, or are you just asking those that they've engaged with?
Well, thank you so much, community support, but I'm not sure what the heading of that was in their plan.
It would be under the community engagement title, but I just want to be clear that the question you're asking is who's supporting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And what I mean by more accurate information is that the way that it reads, one can, and I'm that one, can read it that it means support, or it means more than just reaching out to someone. It means you talk with them or whatever. So I think that we need to be more specific about what that is, so we know what the application's really saying. And I think there's room in the application process to do that.
Yeah, it is honestly the original way that I read it. I did ask for clarification of the school through that and began to understand that that's not necessarily their intent, but I was not able to get specificity, nor did I ask for specificity about every individual. So I think having some specificity about who supports versus who doesn't would be helpful.
Right. And I think that as far as a written application is concerned, it's what's in writing, it's not what someone says to explain it. And one of the things that, from a grant writer and grant provider perspective, if you have to explain it, you need to write it over.
Correct. I know that this is probably, so one of the things that's been referenced in support of, or to verify support for the school is 75 letters of intent from potential students that might want to enroll. And I know that we cannot, nor would I ask for personal information about individual students that are trying to enroll. I know that that needs to be protected, and I understand that. I don't know if there's a way to be able to verify those letters of intent, but I think that could be helpful.
Right. I'm not saying what the information has to be, but I just think we need to have more accurate, and sometimes specific also means accurate.
So, Mr. Dupler, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the best approach here would to have Dr. Butler make a motion for each item. And then with a motion in a second, we will do a roll call vote on that.
Yes, you could do that, or if Dr. Butler wants to make it one motion with all four, I mean, but yeah, that's either or, it's his choice, yeah.
What would you prefer, Madam Chair? That, one of the reasons why I was just opening it up, if somebody objects to one of them, then I won't put it in the motion.
Mr. Triplett.
My thought is you just list your reasons, and then we vote, and then list your reasons and we vote, and we list your reasons and vote, and we just work our way around. And if some make it on a list, that's great. If some don't, that's fine. And then you have a resolution at the end, or not,
Right.
whatever.
Well, does anybody else, Ms. Pike, did you have something to add to
Yeah,
that?
I just have some additional reasons that I would like to be on there. But how are we going to do this?
All right, well, then let's start with Reverend Butler. We'll let him do his reasons, and
So I move that we have, I'd like to do them one at a time, if that's all right, because that way you won't eliminate all four of them, or you might still eliminate all four of them, at least each one of them have their own merit. Resolve economic, I move that we have as a reason or as a corrective action, resolve economic disadvantage data of the Chattanooga plan, and from here on, I'm going to say CP plan with the state data.
all right, so we have a motion to resolve the discrepancies. Was that?
Discrepancies,
I think that
yes.
was what you said earlier. So
Yes.
resolve the economic discrepancies between the application and the state data.
Economic disadvantage data discrepancies.
Okay.
Economic disadvantage data discrepancies with the state data.
Okay, so do we have a second?
I second, and I would offer a friendly amendment to the motion, that in the corrective action, that there are citations provided.
Did they provide the citations?
Correct.
With citations?
Yes, with citations.
With citations. I accept the friendly amendment with citations.
So, did you get that, Ms. Courtney?
Do you want me to repeat?
Okay, all right. We can't vote?
No. He can't vote.
He can't vote. We can vote. He can't vote. Okay. So would you read that back, Ms. Courtney?
So I believe the motion is to resolve, to list one of the reasons in the resolution to resolve discrepancy for economic disadvantage data between Chattanooga Prep and state data with citations provided.
So we have that motion by Reverend Butler, a second by Mr. Watson, and Ms. Courtney. Let's do a roll call vote.
Where to start?
No, you can just.
Dr. Butler?
Yes.
Ms. Owen? Yes. Mr. Watson?
Yes.
Ms. Bike?
Yes.
Ms. Henderson?
No.
Mr. Triplett?
No.
That is, and Ms. Christie?
No.
That is 4 yes votes and 3 no votes.
Second, I move.
Wait, hold on. In that, we still have to 5, right? Okay, so that fails.
Well, it has to be 5? Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, let's just go on back to what Ms. Owen said, because, I mean, just to be realistic, and I'm tired of faking it, y'all ain't gonna vote for this. So we had a stalemate. So we're at a stalemate. Let's just not pretend we're not and keep everybody here. You all gonna find out. I reach a point of frustration that I don't fake it. I just got to say it, and that's what it is. If I offer this second one, and this third one, and this fourth one, it's gonna be the same thing. So why am I doing that? So if that's the case, let's do what we need to do so we can pack it up and go home.
Ms. Owen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since we have this public meeting opportunity, maybe it would be helpful if someone who voted no could go ahead and take this time to explain to the community why we would vote for an applicant to not correct the economic data in their application.
Reverend Butler?
I voted yes.
I know your light was on. I didn't know if you had anything.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Yeah, the motion was denied, so do you have?
I just have a point of order. There was no motion to deny with reasons.
Yeah, the reason was denied. I mean, the vote
No, the
fell for that.
reason, but there has to be a motion to deny with reason, correct?
We have to go, what she's asking is we have to give reasons for denial.
So the board has to have some reasons, yes. So, and that motion was denied. So currently there is no reason, and there needs to be another motion if you're going to continue.
Let me just continue. Y'all, I'm going to continue. I move.
If you're going to continue,
Hold on just a minute, Reverend Butler. I said this, it's been a while, I said this at the beginning, but if we're going to have conversations among ourselves, I would ask that you step outside.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I think we need a motion to continue, correct?
No, we didn't have a motion to stop.
No, you just need more motions if you're going to continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
The
Yes.
stop,
Okay.
the stop was my frustration.
May I have a moment? I think it's important to understand that we have already denied, so we could be here all night making motions for reasons until we get one that actually passes.
I will continue. I move.
Just a point of order, Reverend Butler. If no motions pass, someone could move to adjourn.
Okay. Anybody want to make that motion now?
Right. Adjourn and continue with public forum.
So are we adjourning the meeting or are we adjourning the?
This is the last item. So the motion would be to adjourn the meeting, but still have public forum. Was that what you just said?
So that the order today?
I'd like to have a roll call vote on.
Was there a second to that? To the motion to adjourn?
Well, I don't think it's the motion to adjourn, though. It's the motion to stop the discussion. What we're on is G, discussion and possible action. That's what we're still on.
It would. Reverend Butler's correct. I mean, technically, and Mr. Triplett, you correct me if I'm wrong. Your motion would be to end all discussion, end all action on this particular item, move on to public forum. Correct? Okay. And we still need a second for that.
All right. So we have a motion to end discussion on this item and continue with public forum by Mr. Triplett and a second by Ms. Henderson.
Is that motion discussable?
Yeah.
Because I guess, did I make up a word? I guess my question is, what are we going to do now? Because we were talking about a plan. So if we vote yes, then we stop talking about it, so we won't be able to talk about what we're going to do now.
Well, it's my understanding from Mr. Dupler earlier that since the charter application failed, if the application fails without reasons, that on May 1st, it will automatically be authorized.
Okay, thank you for that information.
Yes.
Clarification. If that happens, so let's say we adjourn, nothing happens, and then it gets automatically authorized on May 1st, who is the LEA at that point? Who's the authorizer at that point?
We are.
Mr. Dupuy.
So what was the question again?
If we do nothing right now and we get to May 1st and it gets automatically authorized, who becomes the LEA and the authorizer? Is it the state or is it us?
No, it'd be Knox County Board of Education because it's been allowed to go forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Call for the question.
All right.
Dr. Butler?
No.
Ms. Owen?
Are we on the motion to end discussion?
We're on the motion to end discussion on item 12G and move to public forum.
No.
Mr. Watson?
No.
Ms. Bike?
No.
Ms. Henderson?
Yes.
Mr. Triplett?
Yes.
Ms. Christie?
Yes.
That's 3 yes votes and 4 no votes.
All right.
I move that we resolve that
Hold on. I have to, for the record, announce that fails.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. So motion failed. So, yes, Reverend Butler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for starting too early, trying to get fast. I move as a reason that we want the CP to resolve the suspension data discrepancy with the state data, with citation.
All right. So we have a motion by Reverend Butler, a second by Mr. Watson. Ms. Coatney, did you get that? Can you restate it and do a roll call?
Yes, I believe the motion is to state on the resolution the reason that they want Chattanooga Prep to resolve suspension data with state data with citations. And Mr. Watson seconded that motion. Dr. Butler?
Yes.
Ms. Owen?
Yes.
Mr. Watson?
Yes.
Ms. Bike?
Yes.
Ms. Henderson?
No.
Mr. Triplett? Ms. Christie?
No.
That's 4 yes votes and 3 no votes.
So that motion fails.
I have another one. As a reason, I move that CP present more accurate, specific information concerning community engagement and community support, including people and organizations.
All right, we're going to give Ms. Coatney a time to catch up with you there because she has to write these out. Yes. So we have a motion by Dr. Butler, a second by Ms. Bike. Ms. Coatney, if you will restate that motion and do a roll call vote, please.
Yes, the motion is for Chattanooga Prep to present more accurate information on community engagement and support with individuals and organizations. And Ms. Bike seconded that motion. Dr. Butler?
Yes.
Ms. Owen?
Yes.
Mr. Watson?
Yes.
Ms. Bike?
Yes.
Ms. Henderson? Mr. Triplett? Ms. Christie?
No.
That's 4 yes votes and 3 no votes.
So the motion fails. Reverend Butler?
I move that CP provide more specific plans to address special needs. And I may need some help with that language.
All right, so the motion was?
So Dr. Butler's motion was for Chattanooga Prep to provide more specific plans to address special needs, and that was seconded by Mr. Watson. Dr. Butler?
Yes.
Ms. Watson. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Owen. Apologize. Mr. Watson.
Yes.
Ms. Bike.
Yes.
Ms. Henderson. No. Mr. Triplett. No. Mr. McMillan. No. Ms. Christie.
No.
That's 4 yes votes and 4 no votes.
So the motion fails.
That's all I got.
All right, so your lights, so are you finished,
Oh,
Mr.?
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Mr. Watson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to offer a motion to ask Chattanooga Prep to resolve any discrepancies within citations within their current application. And I can discuss now, correct, since it has a second?
Yes.
So this speaks to my motion. I'm not being off task. I just want to elevate for the public what we're doing here, in my estimation. Regardless of whether or not how the vote turned out on approving or denying, approving failed. That was the will of this board, and we can't help that one member was not here tonight, and that may have changed that vote. But we've also been asked by state law that when that occurs, that we give reason. And I think every reason that we have provided up until this point is simply to ask Chat Prep to do what I think they would want to do, honestly. I would think, I'm assuming this isn't true, that Chat Prep would want to resolve any issues. Mr. Scott, is that fair to say? You would want to resolve any issues that we might feel? Okay. I would want to. I mean, if I was filling out an application for something, I would want to resolve it, even if I didn't feel like I was being. I'm not suggesting that anybody was being deceitful in creating the application, but when you have a 372-page application, I'm not surprised that there are some things that people don't understand or some discrepancies, and all we're doing is asking for those to be resolved. And so, obviously, we are at a stalemate, and. It's just interesting to me that we would not provide that opportunity to the applicant to correct any challenges that the board feels that's there when the original application was not approved.
All right, so we have a motion by Mr. Watson and a second by Dr. Butler.
Yes, Madam Chair, the motion is to ask Chattanooga Prep to resolve any discrepancies within their application with citations, and that was seconded by Dr. Butler. Dr. Butler?
Yes.
Ms. Owen?
Yes.
Mr. Watson?
Yes.
Ms. Bike?
Yes.
Ms. Henderson?
No.
Mr. Triplett? Mr. McMillan?
No.
Ms. Christie?
No.
That's 4 yes votes and 4 no votes.
Motion fails. Ms. Bike?
Oh.
No? All right, so we have no other motions. Ms. Owen?
I'd like to make a motion to include in the resolution reasons for denial, which we all are aware of, that have been discussed in this meeting, including discrepancies in financial data, discrepancies in suspension data, and discrepancies in community engagement.
Ms. Coatney's got to catch up writing here. Bless. I'm so sorry. All right, will you restate that? We have a motion by Ms. Owen and a second by Dr. Butler. Did you make that second? Okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion is to include in a resolution reasons for discrepancies that have been discussed in this meeting, including discrepancies in financial data, suspension data, and discrepancies in community engagement. And that was seconded by Dr. Butler. Dr. Butler.
If I can make a correction, it was reasons for denial that were discussed in this meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Owen. Dr. Butler? Ms. Owen?
Are we going to discuss that at all? I would like to point out that the reason I'm making this resolution is because these are the reasons that have been discussed in this meeting. These are the reasons that have been presented in a public meeting. These are not reasons that have been discussed off in a corner at the side of this meeting. These are the reasons that this board has given for the vote that was taken. So if we are working in good faith, the reasons that have been given should be the reasons included in the resolution. If we are not working in good faith, then we can keep denying the reasons that are part of the public record.
Mr. Watson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dupler, again, I apologize. I know we're keeping you late and not feeling well, but just a point of clarification. There was a statement made earlier that if a resolution is not passed with reasons by May 31st, then it will default to be approved. Is that correct? I just want to verify that that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. So by May 1st is the deadline. I think you said May 31st.
I'm sorry. Yes,
yeah,
May 1st. That's what I meant.
It's actually May 1st. But I mean, if you look at the code, it certainly says that if there is a denial, there must be objective reasons in writing.
So therefore, the way you would interpret that is if the objective reasons are not provided, then it basically makes the denial moot, correct?
Well, certainly the applicant could not respond.
Right, there would be nothing to respond
with an
to.
amended application as the process calls for.
Thank you.
And I would just like just to clarify that, yes, reasons have been discussed, but I have never at any time during this meeting heard every board member be in agreement with any reason that, has been discussed in this meeting. Ms. Pike.
Mr. Dupler, could you discuss in legal terms the will of the board and how it works with voting, and if we don't come up with a resolution to go along with the will of the board tonight?
Thank you, Ms. Pike. Thank you, Madam Chair. The easiest way I can explain it is state law requires that boards of education have majority votes. So that means 5 votes in favor, and that's what it boils down to. So that's the will of the board.
Okay.
5
So
votes.
this failing tonight is not the will of the board. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that
Or
again.
this not passing tonight has nothing to do with the will of the board then?
Since it's not 5 votes.
So there was a motion presented to approve, and it failed. So, I mean, again, I think I discussed earlier that the applicant may claim that that's not a proper failure, not a proper denial. But certainly, I think there's more argument to say that if the board doesn't provide those reasons, then they'd have an easier time arguing that it's not a proper denial.
Sure, I understand that. I guess I'm just really confused because there are a lot of times where, the votes will go 5-4 or whatever, or 6-3 and whatnot, and then that's the will of the board. And I get that that's the majority, and this is that special case where we are missing one. And I guess I'm just asking for clarification on, does the will of the board even exist in this vote?
That's and that's a good point, and that's what they would argue is that 5 members have not weighed in on approve or deny. So
what was the point in us even voting?
that's
I'm sorry. I'm hearing noise out in the audience again. So, and I have asked a couple of times now, which I said I wasn't going to do. So I'm going to ask one last time, but we have to hear each other. That's distracting, so we will ask you be escorted out if it continues.
I see how it seems in hindsight, but certainly even with 8 members, you all could still have 5 votes. It's just, as of right now, the reality is there isn't 5 votes.
Yeah. I definitely understand that, but I think that this was a conversation that we had at the very beginning of this section, this item, that it seemed like it could go this way. And so it just seems like this was pointless. Is there a motion that we can move forward? Does someone have a motion where we can move forward?
I have a question that might.
Make a motion to deny.
Well, I think Ms. Henderson's had her light on.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, so there's not 5 votes to deny. So you would just make a motion to deny and then vote on that.
No, because we already voted.
It won't. I think that's the only way to end it.
Ms. Owen.
Mr. Diepler, I have a complex question. I'm sorry. So looking at 4913-108, it says that the local Board of Education shall rule by resolution. So my question, the overarching part of my question, is what does resolution mean? Because when we look at the way County Commission, for example, when they vote on their agenda, each of their agenda items is listed as a resolution. But when we vote, we don't list them that way. So is this just a semantic differentiation that we have actually already ruled by resolution because we have voted, because we have done that? And then I don't see that it requires us as a board to agree to any list of reasons. It requires us to give a list of reasons. It could be our individual list of reasons, I would think.
As I stated in the beginning, now that you have a deadlock, the applicant can certainly argue, and it's a gray area. There is no case law stating and interpreting this particular section of the code. So now that you have a denial because you don't have 5 votes, it certainly talks about, and I'm just reading it out just as you did, the grounds upon which the local Board of Education based a decision to deny a public charter school application must be stated in writing, specifying objective reasons for the denial. One could argue that you all have stated those tonight, but it's problematic because right now you don't have 5 votes.
May I take it a little bit further in my question? I'm not so much questioning, I'm not questioning the reasons or that part of it. What I'm questioning is whether we have already ruled by resolution. And looking at a definition of resolution from Cornell, a resolution is a formal statement of opinion or a decision to take action. This board took a vote, which was a formal statement. We all know that the board only takes action through a vote, and we did that. So we have made a formal statement. We have ruled by resolution. We did exactly what we were supposed to do. I think we're getting tied up in the semantics of a resolution as one of those long pieces of paper that's written out. But that doesn't seem to be what this means at all, because through the course of a meeting, a resolution like that could change significantly. But if you were looking at it from a formal statement, we did that. We're done with that. We can move on from that.
I have a point of order, Mr. Dupler. I understand what you're saying, but now we have cited reasons and we have voted on them.
I'm not talking
Right,
about
so-
the reasons. I'm talking about that we have already.
Right, so that would move
So
forward
which-
without
what's the-
reason, right?
What's the point of order? I thought I had the floor.
Well, I'm asking Mr. Dupler to clarify because we have voted.
That's
We
not
have
a point of
already,
order.
we have already determined that failed. And now we are on to the reasons, and we have voted on those. And those are two separate items. But my point being, one can exist without the other.
Okay.
We can have it as a failure without having reasons. Correct, Mr. Dupler?
I think that's the reality of where this board is right now. The board has denied the application, and according to what Ms. Owens talking about in specifically 4913-108A2, but now the question before the board is the grounds called for in A3.
Madam Chair, point of order,
Yes.
if I may.
Yes, please.
Mr. Dupler, I believe, and I might be wrong about this, but I believe that, generally speaking, according to Robert's rules, that a motion, you can vote it down, but it has to be stated in a positive manner. Can't be stated in a negative manner. It has to be stated in a positive manner. And you have to have a majority of, if you had 11 people, you'd have to have 6 votes. If you had 13, you'd have to have 7. You have to have a majority. Am I wrong about that?
No, I don't think you're wrong, but the motion was stated, I believe the original motion was to approve the application in a positive manner,
Well,
and then
yeah.
it was voted down.
Okay, well then, it was actually voted down, or did it just get 4-4?
It was 4-4, so
Well,
it failed.
Okay, I guess, but I still think that it has to have, I don't think that classifies as being voted down. What I'm saying is, you have to have a majority vote.
You do.
Okay, so we're done. I think. Thank you.
Ms. Owen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a point of order, I believe I've had the floor this whole time. So let me try again, now that it's been all,
Please, Ms. Owen, continue so we can move on.
I would just like to not play these games. So, in thinking about what the word resolution means, we're not talking about a resolution like our third grade retention resolution. I think the board members are thinking we need that. But if we're looking at how bodies vote, the nature of what we do is to give our opinion by resolution. We vote. That's the resolution that we make. So going through this process, what we're doing now is trying to create a resolution. We already did that. We don't need to create a resolution. We created the resolution when we voted. So now that the resolution exists, all we need to do is add into it the reasons. I don't see anything here that says the board has to agree to all of those reasons. We agreed to the resolution. So now all we have to do is attach the reasons. We shouldn't have to agree on every reason. There is nothing here that says that. So when we're saying that these reasons were presented and the whole board didn't agree, that's really irrelevant. Every member voted based on their own reasons. So my reasons are not the same as Ms. Bike's reasons. So Ms. Bike and I shouldn't have to vote that we agree with each other's reasons. The reasons have been stated. I wish you'd stop rolling your eyes. The reasons have been stated. The reasons are in the public record. Those reasons should be attached to the resolution which was created when we took the vote.
Ms. Henderson?
I believe Mr. McMillan is correct. It's a failure to act, and then we're done.
That would be the way I see it. You know, I think it has to have the majority of whatever number is on a given body, and it has to be stated in a positive vote. So I think we're done. But you know, I'm not the law director nor the chair.
Yeah, I'm tending to agree with you there. I believe
you have the
Right.
power as the chair to rule that we're done.
All right, so do we have any further motions on the floor? Ms. Spike?
Is there a current motion on the floor?
There is, which was, can you read that?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Owen made a motion to include in a resolution reasons for denial that have been discussed in this meeting, including discrepancy in financial data, suspension data, and discrepancy in community engagement. It was seconded by Mr. Watson.
So we need to finish that before we can move on.
So let's do a roll call vote on that. Ms. Courtney?
Dr. Butler. Ms. Owen? Yes. Mr. Watson?
Yes.
Ms. Bike?
Yes.
Ms. Henderson? No. Mr. Triplett? Mr. McMillan?
No.
Ms. Christie?
No.
That's 4 yes votes and 4 no votes.
All right, any
And
other
now
motions?
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes.
I motion that we include this meeting's minutes as the reasons that we offer up to them, and that's what they get.
Do we have a second? So we have a motion by Ms. Bike to offer up the minutes to this meeting as our reasons for denial, a second by Reverend Butler. Did you have anything else on that, Ms. Bike? Okay, your light was on.
Sorry.
Okay. Ms. Courtney?
Did you want the words for denial in your motion, Ms. Bike? You said include this meeting's minutes as the reasons for denial.
It went 4-4, so we need to submit something to them. So this is just the submitting.
All right. So can you read that again, Ms. Courtney, and do a roll call vote?
I believe Ms. Bike's motion was to include this meeting's minutes as the reasons for denial. Was that motion seconded? I apologize.
Reverend Butler seconded.
Dr. Butler? Yes. Ms. Owen? Yes. Mr. Watson? Yes. Ms. Bike? Yes. Ms. Henderson? No. Mr. Triplett? No. Mr. McMillan? No. Ms. Christie?
No.
That's 4 yes votes and 4 no votes.
So do we have any other motions?
I make a motion to begin public forum. Can I do that? I make a motion to begin public forum and adjourn this meeting.
So Ms. Henderson's made a motion to adjourn discussion on this item and continue with public forum. Is there a second? No, it doesn't need a motion. Okay. All right. So, well, I don't see any other lights on anyway, right? So we will adjourn and continue on with public forum. Ms. Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have several public forum speakers signed up for this evening, and I just wanted to thank all of you for your patience tonight through this very long meeting. Samantha Ruse, did I pronounce that correctly? Samantha Reyes? Okay. Katie Prothrow. Katie, welcome. Just state your name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Katie Prothro, my county of residence is Knox County. First off, thank you for your service to our schools and our kids and for an opportunity to speak, especially after a very long night for you guys. I would further like to thank you for proactively putting Dr. Spies on administrative leave and performing an investigation into the procedures he followed on March 30th at Hardin Valley Academy after the gas leak. The administration's questionable decision-making that day, as well as the lack of transparency regarding those decisions, have led many to have a lot of questions. Our school narrowly avoided being another tragic statistic, and our lives an unfathomable nightmare. If protocol was followed, then I have lost faith in whatever policies are in place to protect our students. With 56,169 students, over 8,000 employees, and 91 schools, the board has a huge responsibility to look at how we can improve safety and crisis management in our community. Training administration and students on what to do during times of crises has become absolutely necessary. If these policies are in place and they weren't exercised at Hardin Valley Academy on Thursday, then we ask why not? Where was the breakdown in communication? This has shaken the confidence of many in our school community, including our children who are afraid to go to school. Furthermore, my daughter has told me she has never participated in an active shooter drill. She said that they have practiced lockdowns for medical emergencies only, to her awareness. She sits in school and wonders what she will do if a shooter walked into her school, as I think many of our children have had to sit and wonder the same thing, which is completely different from when we grew up. It's time to talk about it, and it's time to make these kids feel protected. It's time to review our school's procedures and make sure all staff are trained to be strong leaders in times of crises. Our kids deserve it, and they really need this preparedness. To my knowledge, no one in the school called the fire department on March 30th. If we can't trust leadership to take seemingly obvious steps, obvious to me anyway, in a situation such as a gas leak, then how can we trust our school's leadership in other even more dangerous and even sometimes basic situations? Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we have Courtney Piper. Courtney? Welcome, Courtney. Just state your name, county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Courtney Piper. I live in Knox County. In February, I shared my son's story with this board in the hopes that we could all work together to make success for every student accessible to students with autism by allowing applied behavior analysis, or ABA therapy, in the classroom. Since that time, I've become one of more than 100 parents who have come together and shared their experiences with Knox County schools and requesting ABA therapy in the classroom. We all have the same shared experience, and it isn't good. As a reminder, ABA therapy is prescribed by a medical doctor. It's the only approved therapy to treat individuals with autism spectrum disorder. In February, I shared with you that we waited more than 5 months to receive an answer to the question, can my son's therapist join him in the classroom? After all, it would cost Knox County schools nothing. Our insurance pays for it. It was prescribed by a medical doctor. His pre-K allowed it and loved it. But the answer was eventually no. I also shared with you that over the course of 5 months, I received inconsistent, conflicting, and at times false information. I then pointed out it was a result of systemic failures within Knox County schools. One being that the schools do not have standardized written processes, policies, and procedures for requests such as mine. Since February, our group of more than 100 parents has looked into this issue. So today I'm presenting a draft policy for this board's consideration on the May school board agenda that explicitly allows ABA therapy in the classroom. It was emailed to each school board member, the superintendent, and the assistant superintendent of student success, along with a list of resources used to draft the policy. The policy is based on a review of other state legislation related to the topic, scientific studies, and other school district policies. Fun fact, the state of Louisiana actually requires this legislatively. And as a lady ball, quite frankly, it pains me that another SEC state is ahead of us on this issue. The draft policy provides a clear process for autism spectrum disorder students to receive medically necessary treatment at school and redirects the current mindset at KCS, which treats ABA therapy as if it were elective. This costs the school system nothing. The therapists are paid for by insurance. They do not disrupt the classroom environment, and 23 school districts in East Tennessee already allow this. We also emailed Roane County's confidentiality agreement and ABA therapist agreement. These are template documents that the school system could easily use. We've also included a list of citations, which are in the packet that I passed around. I encourage the board to add the policy to the May agenda before the April 12th deadline for agenda items so the matter can be publicly discussed. Our children cannot wait another school year to get the support that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. Allison Pasternak. Just state your name, county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Allison Pasternak, Knox County. My son is a 7th grade student who was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder at 5 years old. He's been receiving ABA therapy services for approximately 3 years. At the present time, KCS will not allow outside therapists to work with our students in school, so my son must miss school in order to receive his therapy. Last year, my son missed 108 full days of school to participate in his therapy, and because KCS is refusing to change this policy or lack thereof a policy, he will have missed 72 days of school this year. ABA is most effectively done concurrently with a patient's daily activities. For a school-age child, this means ABA is commonly done while at school. This is being done in counties all over Tennessee. Although I have documentation stating that ABA therapy is medically necessary for my son from 3 independent medical professionals, it seems that KCS special education staff feel that they are more qualified than my physicians to follow these recommendations. After years of being told KCS doesn't allow outside therapists to work in their schools, I felt I was making progress when I was told my son's BCBA could observe him at school. A few weeks ago, my son's BCBA and the KCS behavior liaison agreed to meet for a period of 2 hours to observe my son. Unfortunately, the KCS liaison ended the observation 30 minutes early with no explanation. During this observation, the KCS liaison did not take notes, did not collect data, and he even asked my son's BCBA why she was there and for what purpose she was conducting this observation. When my son's BCBA arrived to conduct the observation, she was introduced to a woman who was identified as my son's aide. This woman was not my son's aide. In fact, she is not an aide at all. She was a restorative interventionist for the district. While a KCS special education supervisor said this person was filling in due to staff absences, my son's BCBA was led to believe this woman is the aide who works for him every day. While the KCS supervisor insists that no deception was intended, it feels as though honesty and transparency were also not intended. When I've asked about the process of getting permissions for my son's therapist to work with him at school, I've been told the process is different for every child. What turns out is not different is all these children's parents have been met with similar roadblocks when trying to get therapy in the school for their children. I'm not asking Knox County to hire a team of therapists to work with my child. I'm not asking KCS to pay for this therapy my son receives. My son's insurance pays for his therapy regardless of where it is done. I'm asking KCS to open the doors for my child's therapist to work with him at school. If success for every student is truly a motto this superintendent stands by, KCS must adopt a policy that allows our children to receive ABA therapy services at school. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Rose. Welcome.
Thank you.
Just state your name, county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm Jennifer Rose from Knox County. As we stand here again asking for your support again this month in getting our children the ABA services they need, I ask, why is this such a fight? Why are our children continuing to be treated as second-class citizens? Why do the citizens of this county have to continuously keep paying lawsuits that the school district continues to lose for violating our children's rights? My son is in kindergarten, and since school started, he goes to school 8 hours a day without eating. His GI saw him 2 weeks ago, And in 6 months, he's went from the 95th percentile in weight to the 17th percentile. We are now having to consider feeding tubes if this is not resolved. His ABA therapist and team can be there with him. We've been denied access as parents to observe, to help with this situation. Our ABA team has been denied. He's been a victim of bullying because he has social and emotional cognitive development delays and communication delays. He cannot tell the teacher what is happening. This other kid also has behavior concerns if he's bullying. This has been a process that has been happening since January. Our very own special education director, Dr. Karen Loy, has compared ABA therapy to karate and piano lessons in a written statement to a parent of a special needs child. If she's the director of our services, what does that say that she's putting forth about our kids? Where do they mean to her? And she's the director of our services? Why is this such a fight? Mr. Myers, in a statement back to the Bearden Bark, said that when we make decisions as a school leader, it needs to be of students that should always be the priority. If all of our students are the priority, then why are our students continually the ones getting pushed aside? We've listened tonight for hours. You guys have had to deliberate and take in about the charter school. Not one time has anybody recognized the fact that it is April. It's Autism Awareness Month. No one has recognized our kids in this county, not one school, not one member of the board, and the charter school doesn't even recognize special education services. So what do our kids mean to this school district? When is enough enough? When are our kids going to get what they need without us having to fight through hoops daily? Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Parker. Is Christina here? Hello. Just state your name, county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Christina Parker. I'm Knox County, and I'm here tonight because of a situation that happened last week. I'm sure you've heard a lot about it. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you now. I hate public speaking. I don't know a lot of you people, and you certainly don't know me. I don't get very involved in local politics, although I appreciate everything you do for us. And this is the very first time I've been to a school board meeting. So, what got me here? I'm here because last Thursday, we narrowly escaped a mass casualty incident. Some people say that's dramatic, but it's not. It's not. 2,100 students in that building. It started out as a fairly normal morning for me. I have a child there. She's a sophomore. And I started to get some texts from her. I know a lot of you that have kids know what that's like. I'm at work, and she's just texting away. Hey, Mom, it smells in here. There's something going on. I'm not really sure. Okay, now they're saying it's a gas leak. My French teacher took us outside because it was burning our eyes and in our throat. And I thought, okay. And she said, yeah, they said they're going to call some people out and take a look at it. And I kept thinking, okay, well, they've got this. School leadership's got this. And I told her, I said, it's going to be okay. Calm down. You can trust that they're doing the right thing. This went on until about 9:40 that morning. And the hair on the back of my neck started to stand up. And I thought, trust but verify? I called my husband, who has contacts with the fire department, and I said, hey, wouldn't they call the fire department out if there was a gas leak? And he said, yeah, that's usually what happens. And I said, why don't you call the fire department and just see if they're on site? He did. He called me back, and he said, nothing has been called in, but they are en route now. I told my daughter to trust the leadership of that school. And that haunts me because had I not listened to my instincts we might have had a much bigger problem. It is by the grace of God that we didn't lose anybody that day. I have a couple of asks. The first one you guys have already handled for us. Having an interim leadership person in place, we needed that. Now let's focus on safety. Let's get the policies, the procedures, and the consistency. That's all I'm asking for.
Thank you. Jenna Bala? I'm so sorry if I butchered your last name. Jenna?
She couldn't make it.
Oh, okay, thank you. Jennifer Pettyjohn. Welcome, Jennifer. Just state your name, county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm Jennifer Pettyjohn from Knox County. Thank you all for allowing us the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm a parent of both a Hardin Valley graduate and a Hardin Valley current student. I have experienced so many changes in recent years, most importantly, the lack of resources for a growing enrollment and a lack of transparent communication with students and parents. The school has a lack of mental health resources for a generation of students who have faced unimaginable pressures, unprecedented world politics, and world health. This school has a lack of security on campus, and more often than not, they have a lack of staff and substitutes. This lack of resources has resulted in increased chaos. Students fighting, expensive and repeated vandalism, fires, smoke alarms, protests, and threats, most of which parents learn about after the fact from their students or social media. The lack of communication, transparency, and consequences has resulted in a nearly daily crisis situation in the past week and a pattern of inaction by the administration. Many of us have asked very specific questions of some of you, the administration, our local government, regarding the handling of the March 30th incident and recent threats of violence. We have yet to receive those answers. I have confidence the authorities will handle the criminal investigation of Mr. Kosterman's. Our questions have no bearing on that criminal investigation, but the lack of transparency and lack of response is contributing to a lack of confidence in our school's safety, fueling rumors on social media, and creating unnecessary divides among parents, teachers, students in this community. What are the school and district policies regarding a gas leak? Were they followed? Did the school call the fire department? We know now it was apparent. When did they arrive? What did they advise? Were their recommendations followed? What were the gas level readings within the building upon arrival and when students were dismissed? We are entitled to know exactly what level of gas our students were exposed to and for how long. Did the school district have a current background check on the custodian? When was the most recent key audit done at Hardin Valley? Are all those keys accounted for since his dismissal? You have a responsibility to curb the assumptions that are being made and get us answers to these questions through a full and transparent third-party investigation into the school's response, and not an investigation led by the very administration that allowed it to happen. The findings of that third-party investigation need to be communicated to the public, and corrective actions need to be taken so that our students can return to school with the confidence that their safety is the top priority of this administration. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you. Anthony Parker, you're next. Welcome.
Welcome. Most of y'all read my emails. There'll be more coming. Anthony Parker, Knox County. I had a whole theme of what I was going to talk about, but there's been a theme that's come up since I started this, so I'm going to change this, so bear with me a little bit. I'm not as prepared because of this. I've heard half a dozen parents come up here, varying issues. I mean, there's two in particular we've talked about, but a common theme, even though they're very different. Policy and procedures. I've been asking since this started. All of this is related to Hardin Valley, by the way. Policy and procedures. What were the policies and procedures that happened that day? Were they followed? Are they the best policies? Things change. My car does not run the same way the car I did that I owned 10 years ago did. Have those policies been updated? The other question is, we had a gas leak this week at Northwest. It was handled very differently. Why is that? I'm going to go through a couple things that I know, and I'm going to speak factually because I was involved in it. But my ask for the school board, I'm going to go ahead and ask you about this, is an independent audit. Let's go through it. Let's transparently, let's fix the policies, not just this, but these poor parents that have been here, that have been dealing with this for a couple years. Fix the policies and address them and do it. That's what every one of us elected you guys to do. And then you took your ability and you appointed Dr. Roswick. That's all we're asking for. I want crisis management taught to every principal. They need to follow up with that. They need to have it. When I went to the school, it looked like Beirut. I've been in a management situation where I had to manage a crisis. That was scary. And it was pathetic. It was a bad experience on the school system. So I'm going to give you a quick timeline so you know how that day went from the person that was there, okay, that came in. I dropped my daughter off at that school. About 8:30 or so, the emails came out, and I watched them. Like my wife that spoke a minute ago, I trusted the school system. That was our mistake. And we'll be more involved in the future to make sure that doesn't happen. At 9:30-ish, my wife texted me and said, why don't you reach out to the school board or the fire department and find out? I contacted the fire department directly. I confirmed that no one from the school system had called. We'll get into more information related to that if there's time. Quickly, they dispatched. At 10:30-ish, they recommended that the school be evacuated. I know that. I've seen the information. I was told that. It did not happen. At 11:15 is when I picked up my daughter, and that's when it looked like Beirut. I couldn't go out the normal ramp through the school, so I drove around the building, out the backside. There was one maintenance vehicle, one door open, and they were not following NFPA guidelines for getting gas out of the building. How do I know that? Because I've done it. Lastly, with my last 12 seconds, I'm a member of the Carnes Fire Board. I may not be on it because I've made this statement here. You need to look at how many times the principal that was there has refused to allow assistance from the fire department, and it's public record.
Thank you, sir. Our last speaker, Amanda Donson. Amanda, hello. Hi. Welcome. Thank you. Just state your name, county residence.
Sure. I'm Amanda Danson. I am a Knox County resident, and I'm also a special ed teacher at Hardin Valley Academy. Thanks, guys, so much for being here tonight for a very long time. I'm here on behalf of myself tonight and several teachers at Hardin Valley Academy. I, too, was at Hardin Valley Academy on March 30th. I want to thank all the board members and especially our District 6 representative for all of the ways that you all have attempted to support us as staff over this last week. It's really not an easy time to be in education in any capacity right now. And I know we all have unique challenges in front of us when we're trying to support each other so we can best support our students. That said, I am disappointed in district leadership and communication in how teachers were notified about an administration shift at our school that will begin next week. We were alerted via Parent Square yesterday evening, and the information was sparse. I'm completely aware there are often issues beyond control that don't allow for complete and swift communication, but the lack of support and guidance that teachers felt yesterday and today was heartbreaking. I would like to thank our HVA assistant principals and how they attempted to lead us today, but we are all hurting. As we know, lack of communication breeds chaos, rumors, anxiety, and hurt. I'm saddened that the actions of so many have led to Hardin Valley parents, students, and teachers feel that this past week. I would also like to thank our Region 2 Director, Nathan Langlois, who held a staff meeting this afternoon with my coworkers and administrators in which tensions were high and tears were shed. He's an incredibly kind person who is there to listen for us and has been at our school all week, by the way. But he has made it clear that he has no grounds to truly support us further. It was also mentioned earlier, like 4 hours ago, that other district leaders had visited us to hear our concerns. And while I did see many members of the KCS executive team at HVA this week, teachers' concerns or voices were not asked for nor shared. How can our teachers be most effective to our students we love when we are left to pick up the pieces after chaos due to lack of information? I hope for more clear and honest communication in the near future as events continue to unfold. And I hope that Hardin Valley Academy can continue doing the work to be better than ever for our students. As a teacher, Dr. Spies has nothing but my utmost support, trust, and respect. And I believe he is the most equipped leader for Hardin Valley Academy, including everything that happened on March 30th. Thanks for your time. Go Hawks.
Thank you. Madam Chair, that concludes public forum.
All right, with that, the meeting is adjourned.